Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me this evening. Shout out to everybody in the chat early. I see you, Josh. Shout out to everybody that's out there. I hope everybody's having a beautiful night. Listen, we got a star-studded panel, ladies and gentlemen. We got a star-studded chat. Shout out to y'all. We got a whole lot of things we need to unpack today. Today is the last day of All-Star break. We do have some time before we see Lonzo Ball. Yes, we know that. But ladies and gentlemen, there's a whole lot of shit we got to discuss, because I'm here to tell you, Lonzo Ball, man, this dude, he knows what's at stake. We all know what's at stake. And we're going to get into what's at stake. You understand? But even if you don't know, you clearly can see that there's a golden opportunity here with the Chicago Bulls. It's their year. It's their time. And I'm telling you, I know you might think shit is a joke, shit is funny, but the Chicago Bulls could very well be in the NBA Finals, and Lonzo Ball could be hosting the Larry O'Brien Trophy. Pardon me. This guy could very well be hoisting that trophy, ladies and gentlemen. I know shit is a joke to y'all, shit is funny, you understand, but it's a possibility. The Eastern Conference is wide open. Some of your favorite players are hurt or that cannot play. The best ability is availability. And you got some top guys up there that's not there yet. There's a lot of politics in the game. Joel Embiid, the Philadelphia 76ers, everybody's so high almighty. This dude could collapse at any given second. James Harden, who knows? I believe he's a fraud. We're going to see. You understand? Ben Simmons, I just don't know yet. Okay, Kyrie Irving, we all know the situation there. KD, he's hurt. Okay, Steve Kerr, come on, he's a joke. Pardon me, not Steve Kerr, Steve Nash, he's a joke. So I'm just here to tell you, look out for these Chicago Bulls and Lonzo Ball. If they very well get to that conference finals, all hell could break loose, and I'm telling you, anything goes. We're going to get all into it. Before we do that, hit that like button. We got all access in the building. What's the deal, Dex? Talk to the people. We live.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the hottest shit in these streets. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the listening viewers. And shout out to the panel. Flight Sports TV is here on a daily basis to bring forth content and present content creators for the listening audience. So let's show appreciation by hitting that like button on your way in, hitting that like button while you're viewing the channel, and hit that like button on your way out. Let's show some respect. Let's show some respect. Now, listen, let's get into it. Let's cut through the chase. Lonzo Ball and the Chicago Bulls. This is what the arena is all about tonight. Will Lonzo Ball hold up to his contract that I believe $80 million of that contract is guaranteed? Can he hold the fort? Or will we see slippage in Lonzo Ball play and some of the role players come in and eat up some of Lonzo Ball minutes? Is that a possibility? I don't think so. I don't think so. All the basketball that I have watched through all my years, I've seen guys come and go. I've seen guys have a stay. I've seen guys become fixtures in the NBA. So I know guys have flashes, and I know NBA players have their little flash in the pan. I understand that. And a lot of us are prisoners of the moment. But when Lonzo Ball gets back, soon as is clear to play, he's going to dribble that ball from the moment of tip-off, and he's going to be a part of that game in the waning seconds if it's not a blowout. So all you guys that's out there that are disbelievers and naysayers, when it comes to Lonzo Ball, you're going to be very, very disappointed.
Right.
The Bulls. Now, I know the Bulls went in the All-Star break on a 5-game winning streak. In those 5 games, they played Charlotte, Minnesota, Oklahoma City, Sacramento, and they played the Spurs. They beat all those teams. Some of them convincingly, some of them not so convincingly. Don't allow that to be fool's gold. We know the Chicago Bulls record is 38-21. In conference, they're 23-13. And in division, they're 7-3. But let me tell you something about these Chicago Bulls that a lot of people is feigning their superiority. I'm going to say that again. What a lot of people, mainly Chicago Bull fans, are feigning their superiority. In the last 10 games, we know the Chicago Bulls are 7-3. That's a good record. That's good in 10 games, especially what they're dealing with. But the rash of injuries that have plagued this organization since the beginning of the season until now, that's outstanding to have a record 38-21. But in the absence of Lonzo Ball, people say, yeah, the Chicago Bulls, they're winning. They're doing this, they're doing that. But we know their defense have failed tremendously, man. Their defense basically have hit rock bottom. The Chicago Bulls at one point at their height was the top 4 defense in the league. And at one time, there was, I think, the number 2 or number 1 defense in the league. And they have, but that was kind of earlier in the season. So we can't give too much credibility to that. But as the season went on, their mainstay was a top 4 defense. And that's something you can't sneeze at. Now, since the absence of those defensive players, the defense has slipped down to nearly the bottom of the pack. Now, going into All-Star break. Now, listen to this now. Those 10 games going into All-Star break, because I got to bring the Bulls back to reality. Because I've been surfing through some of these Bull content creators' channel, and a lot of them seem to dismiss the presence of Lonzo Ball and Alex Caruso. They seem to dismiss that for some reason. I mean, it's flabbergasting to me. Do you know the first 5 games, not the last 5 games, because they're on a 5-game winning streak. The first 5 games of that 10-game span going into the All-Star break, do you know the Chicago Bulls is playing under 500 basketball?
Nah.
Listen to me right now. The Chicago Bulls in that first 5 games, entering that 10-game span going into the All-Star break, were playing under 500 basketball. These are the teams they played: Orlando, Toronto, Indiana, Philly, and Phoenix. What do we know about these teams? Some of them are good, some of them ain't so good. Now, the teams that are at the bottom of the heap, the Orlando Magics and the Indiana Pacers, the Chicago Bulls beat those teams. But the 3 teams they lost against, Toronto, Philly, and Phoenix, are playoff contenders, are in the run for a high seed, excluding Toronto, but they're making a surge. Now, when you look at that, the Bulls can beat kind of mid-pack and below mid-pack, but when it comes to teams that are above mid-pack, they seem to have a problem with. They seem to struggle with. The only team it seems the Bulls are able to have a hold on is the Brooklyn Nets. But we already know the situation with the Brooklyn Nets. They're kind of in and out, up and down, and it seems like they have a certain agenda to get into the playoffs by being a home team. But these teams that are not playing those games, that are trying to reach the highest seed possible, the Chicago Bulls are having a problem with those teams. And that's something we have to keep our eye on once the All-Star break comes to a conclusion, when the Bulls open up their first game against Atlanta, followed by Memphis, and then followed by Miami. And we can see if the Bulls are really who they say they are, or the Bulls are pretending.
Great point, Dex.
Yo, what's up, chat?
What's good, Ray?
Right, what's up, Dex? What's up,
We're
everybody?
coming your way, Marcus.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the squad. Shout out to everybody. Oh man. Listen, to update the people and everyone else. The topic is beautiful. It is outstanding. Why is beautiful? Because Lonzo Ball, at the end of the day, whether you say it or whatever you feel about it, throughout the commotion and whatever you have to, I don't know, throw narratives or whatever you want to do, at the end of the day, he's a part of a team that is actually going to go to the playoffs. Also, a team that can make a grand. I mean, a team that can do work in it. You know, a team that actually put a good dent in the playoffs. I feel like a championship, but you know that's just my opinion. Okay, whether y'all have them Eastern Conference, the finals, whatever y'all have them first round exit, that's your opinion. But at the end of the day, Lonzo Ball is part of a team that is most definitely qualified to have a legit chance. Okay. When it comes to Chicago Bulls, if anybody wants to know, Tristan Thompson has dropped down in Chicago. Okay, he is in the building, and they already have cleared Tristan Thompson and said that Zach LaVine is good to play tomorrow's game against the Atlanta Hawks. Now, we have fellow people that is injured, and that is including our guy, Lonzo Ball. Lonzo Ball updates. They said Lonzo Ball has ramped up his running, okay, as of late. Alex Caruso will hopefully be able to do some work with the ball, but this is going to start within this week or earlier next week. Patrick Williams is working with the ball as well, but no type of contact. And all of these three people has no return date right now. That is including Alex Caruso, Patrick Williams, Lonzo Ball. They do not have a full return update. But they are doing what it takes to get these guys back ready, get ready to get back on the floor. They got, like I said, got Caruso and Patrick Williams already working some with the ball. They're probably doing some drills, but they're not letting them do no type of contact in any sort of way. Lonzo Ball has been trying to do some movements, and it looks like he's been ramping it up. So they probably got him doing little probably lateral movements or whatever they're doing with him.
Yeah,
So
he'll be ready to go.
Right. So, in other words, the title says exactly what it says. It means Lonzo Ball is getting himself ready, and he's focused. And that goes with everybody else. This is the opportunity. This is a golden opportunity. Golden opportunity means there's a chance that they can do their thing in the Eastern Conference.
Yes, and get that gold ball.
And whether you hate Lonzo Ball or like him, Lonzo Ball gets to be a part of it. And he will come back as the starting point guard.
Yeah. And Hamas will be paid.
So what?
God damn it.
I don't know why y'all wasting your hot breath throughout the season talking about he gonna lose his starting spot. No, he ain't. You're just wasting your hot breath. Okay? Especially when you don't even swallow no Listerine or anything. Like, come on, cut it out. You're just wasting your breath. That's hot. All right? He ain't gonna lose a starting spot. Io DeSumo and Kobe White, they get their flowers, they get their credit. They've been holding it down, but they're going straight to the bench as soon as Zoe get back. So sorry, wipe your tears. If you thought Zoe was about to lose his spot, it's not happening. You might as well wipe your tears now. Okay? So what you all is going to see is Zoe in the playoffs. So his mind is focused, and this whole entire team is focused. These guys are getting ready. You can go ahead, Marcus. I don't want to kill your spotlight. Go ahead, Marcus.
But hold on, wait a second. I want to say something. Lonzo Ball could very well. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I'm just letting people know. I could see Lonzo coming off the bench the first game back. I'm just saying it could happen. But to be honest with you, I think all this is good. Like I said, Lonzo is going to be more on the attack when he gets back. But nonetheless, man, he will be back. So, I mean, I like everything you was just saying. But shout out to Io and shout out to Kobe White. Those are great players, and they're going to help this team reach the ultimate goal. They're not going to be able to get that gold ball without them. So we're going to need everybody. Marcus, what's the deal?
Oh no, you guys are good, man. I'm just I'm on daddy duties right now, so I'm just listening.
Oh no, you good. All right, hold it down.
So
yeah, let me know. Let me know when you're ready for a question.
No, I'm just whenever y'all finish, I'll just go in. I'm piggybacking off of some stuff from yesterday, and then I want to chime in on the title of the video.
All right, so where you want to go with what happened yesterday?
You said what happened yesterday, man. I mean, shout out to you and Dex and everybody and Raven and good looking on had me back on here and talking some shit with you. But yeah, last night, bro. I think I called it late in the day. You know what I mean? Or late in the night. I heard Sky. I think y'all had a lady on there. Ray was trying to chime in. And thank God for coffee because he slid in here like Batman. Somebody said coffee. 7 minutes later, he slid in here. So
that's usually how it works.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, but I heard some straight up disrespect. Like, I got my kids a new video game, so you might hear them turn up.
You good? I understand.
But it was like that man didn't bring nothing to the
you hear these lines?
He didn't move the needle at the Bulls at all. But bro, I don't even have to argue that man's $80 million contract can. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would they get that man that if he didn't come there to do that? So I think he was just trolling. I was at home.
Yeah, he's always trolling.
Yeah, 2 sips of beer left, and I'm hearing this man and I,
yeah, I had to let him know, like, bro, how does it didn't make any sense. I'm like, bro, let's be real. You can hate Lonzo, but to say that he has no impact on the team when it clearly shows that the Bulls was a top 10 defense when Lonzo was on the court, now they are ranked 27th ever since he's been gone. So does that not show you how much of a big impact that means? Or okay, maybe that's just small to everybody. That's crazy to me. Yeah, that means a lot. Dropped from 10 to 27.
That's not the first time we heard him say that either. I don't really get caught up in his outlandish statements.
Right? Yeah, that's Sky's anthem right there. Lonzo has no impact. That's his anthem. That's why it wasn't. I was in the chat. I wasn't on the stream yesterday, but I was in the chat participating. And a lot of stuff he said was just so hilarious. It was unbelievable. He was very redundant. He was very redundant in his critical stance of Lonzo. So he didn't bring anything new. So whatever he felt of Lonzo as a player with the Pelicans, he is still having those same sentiments carried over into Lonzo as a Bull, which doesn't even match.
Yeah. Bro, if you can't say nothing nice, then you shut up. Y'all was on the Zion topic last night, and it was interesting. I feel like it's not low-key disrespectful calling him fat. Like, dude, you fat. Well, actually, that was hell. I even call him fat. No, I'm calling him fat.
Nowadays, you getting in trouble nowadays for these statements.
I'm calling him heavy, big. He's not on the smaller side. He like Zion is a big dude. I'm a huge fan of Zion. If like right after Zoe is him, So I'm like, okay, when this man hits the league, I kind of just want to see him do him. And all these little weird injuries in his toe, like, and all that, like, it's frustrating. And I want to see the man play. And he big. He needs to be out there eating nothing. You know what I'm saying? Right. He don't need to be eating anything. He just needs to be drinking stuff and using the bathroom. Drink, and use a bathroom. If you don't love that man, if every time he go to chew something, you don't punch him in the mouth. Don't let that man eat nothing. Take in 0 calories. You know.
Well, I mean, you know, Zion has to take accountability for himself as well. So he can't just be babysitted.
I know, but that's why I'm mad. I mean, what you just said is fact. That's why I'm mad, because I feel like he gotta, you know, I don't know. I ain't with him
because he have enough money. He have enough money to hire whatever he needs to be successful in the NBA. So money is not the issue. It's just the willpower that's weak.
He eating everything.
And he has to build that up. But yeah, nevertheless, to answer a foreign question, I agree with you 100%. They said they let every other guard keep the ball in their hand except Zoe. Y'all notice that? Yes, I've been peeped that out. And I talked about it a few times on the stream when it was going on, but I guess it didn't gravitate or it didn't resonate, nor did it have gain any legs or traction so people could keep up that conversation. Of course, and the reason why they have to, that's why I said the Bulls, if you can remember, I said the Bulls are playing good basketball because they are forced to. This is the type of basketball we all been espousing for the Bulls to play, and especially Coffee when he brought in the term put energy in the ball by whipping that ball around. And this is what we've been parading for the Bulls to do. But we've been asking that when Lonzo Ball is present. So I basically broke that down by like this. When you have to have Ayo Dosunmu and Kobe White, Ayo Dosunmu is a rookie, and he's getting matriculated very nicely into the NBA. And not only that, he's holding his own. And you have Kobe White, who last season basically failed at that position. And this is why Zach LaVine basically had to do it all. He had to, playmaker, he had to score, he had to set up the team, set up the offense and things of that nature. And he screamed from the top of his lungs, "Get me a fucking point guard." So they got him a point guard. But what happened was when they brought in DeMar DeRozan, you follow what I'm saying, Debo, they didn't expect DeMar DeRozan to play at the level he is playing at. I guarantee you that. But they probably won't admit it, because then that's saying that they misrecruited DeMar DeRozan. You understand what I'm saying? And nobody's not going to accept that. So they're going to take full credit that they knew DeMar DeRozan would come in and blow up the way he wills, be a top 5 candidate for the MVP. That changed their whole offense around. So what Billy Donovan and the crew had to do was this. They had to make a quick adjustment. Okay, DeMar, LaVine, one and 1A. No. 1 and 1A. You follow what I'm saying? So DeMar ended up becoming 1 and Zach LaVine becoming 1A. Now, what we have to do is, since they're getting 50% of our offense, everybody else don't have to do as much, but just chip in. And if we can get Vooch to do what we want Vooch to do, then that basically covers what? You have 57% with DeMar and DeRozan, Vooch coming in, maybe adding 20%. That's basically 75% of the offense.
That's a lot.
So everybody else just have to sprinkle and help out every now and then, right? On the offense side. But defensive wise, that's what we need. That's what AK and the general, not general manager, the brother, I forgot his name, Marcy or something like that. That's what they wanted to do, to bring in defense. So when they brought in Lonzo Ball, when they brought in Alex Caruso, that was the defensive question they had to answer. And they answered that very greatly. You follow what I'm saying? To my surmise, they answered it greatly. So now that's what they have to do now. That's their role now. We don't need Zoe to score. We don't need Zoe to get a bunch of assists, because Zach and DeMar can generate their own offense.
Right.
The only person out of that 3 that can't generate their own offense is Vooch. So your assist gonna have to come to Vooch. And when Lonzo was passing to Vooch, Vooch wasn't making a bucket, so Lonzo wasn't getting no assists. So now Zach and DeMar are looking at it like, damn, those are wasted shots. You follow what I'm saying? I could have tucked that shot. Zach could have tucked that shot. You feel me? These are how players be thinking, because Vooch is, he ain't making nothing early on in the season. So now those 2 are removed. Lonzo and Caruso are removed from the play. So now they come with a new play, and when they try to use Kobe White and Ayo DeSumo to fill in the Lonzo Ball and Alex Caruso space, they tried and listen, Kobe White fizzled out on that. He like 1-2 games he played defense, and after that, Kobe White was like, man, you know what I'm saying? I'm good. And he gave up on the defense. So now you just got Ayo DeSumo and Javonte Green whenever he's in the lineup. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So Ayo didn't give up on his part. He made a statement. If you all remember that statement he made, I'm the type of player, whatever the coach asked me to do, I'm going to try to do it. And I'm going to try to, do it to my best ability so I can be able to stay on the floor. Remember that statement he made? He wasn't making that statement at Lonzo or Caruso. He was making that statement at the other guards who chose not to play defense. Whether they can't, if they got the excuse like Matt Thomas or somebody like that, they can't play defense. That's not true. Everybody in the league can play defense if they choose to.
There.
So now that Alex and Lonzo is out of the lineup, the Bulls run free nilly. And the only how you're going to get them to win, they got to move the ball around. Because Zach is even in and out of the lineup. The only mainstay for the Bulls in that lineup is freaking Ayo DeSumo and Vucevic and DeMar DeRozan. Those are only really mainstays. Everybody else is in and out the lineup. So when you have that type of team, you got to whip the ball around. You got to let Ayo dribble the ball. You got to let Kobe White dribble the ball. Because if they don't, what else they're going to do? Because they already showed that they can't keep up that level of defense intensity that Lonzo Caruso done. Because that's what they forte at. That's what they're good at. They know how to keep up that intensity from beginning of the game, middle of the game, and end of the game. And they won't wear out. Now, if you're going to overtime, that's a whole different story. So, yeah, they're forced. That's why I said a long time ago, they're forced to play good basketball. Because if they think they can come and play that type of basketball they did after the seventh game of the season, where one or two players dominate the ball, the Bulls will get blown out every game. Because the players are going to be like, I ain't chasing that ball. I ain't getting that rebound. For what? So it's a psychological thing. Billy Donovan know that Lonzo and Caruso can handle that because they played with LeBron James. You follow what I'm saying? So they know how to play and make themselves necessary on the court without having the ball. Now, Ayo DeSumo had tried to adjust to that, but he just wasn't successful. Remember, he kind of fell off a little bit. Now that he's having the ball, moving the ball around, everybody touch the ball at least once before somebody shoot. There you have it. That's why the Bulls are playing that way. And so far, it's only been good against sub 500 teams. It hasn't worked against 500 teams because the talent is not there. Now, once the talent comes back, the Zach LaVine, the Lonzo Ball, Javonte Greens, Patrick Williams, and Alex Caruso, once that talent really comes back, Derrick Jones Jr., once that talent actually comes back and they play this way, you're going to see how it was when they won those first 9 games. Those 4 games in the preseason and the first 5 games in the regular season until they lost that game to New York. You will see that type of basketball come back all over again. So Billy Donovan, he's doing the right thing by letting them play that way, win or lose. Just everybody touch the ball before we put up a shot. They don't need to go back to bad habits where Zach and DeRozan is silently competing against each other for their numbers.
Right.
Okay, let me say this. The Chicago Bulls, I think Lonzo and Caruso and even Patrick Williams, them being gone, and I think even Derrick Jones Jr. I think went down for a little bit. Listen, them guys going down I think might be a great thing for the Bulls. Why I say that? Because the fact that this team is going to the playoffs and they know it, that gives guys like DeMar, Vucevic, Zach LaVine, Kobe White, your defenders ain't there, and you have basketball to play. You still have, before the playoffs, you still have plenty of games to play. And in those games, you got to win them, right? Because you want to get that number 1 spot so you can be better seeded in the playoffs. And because you know you're going to the playoffs, and because you know you have more games to play, that means you have to play the defense. Zoe's not there. Caruso's not there. Patrick Williams is not there. So you have to play the defense. And even though your defense isn't good, because the rankings went down on defense, but it still gives you time to work on your defense. It gives you time to realize, okay, this is the energy I have to put into defense, and this is the energy I have to put into offense. Yes, I'm pretty sure DeMar DeRozan going to do his thing, but you're going to have to guard your guy, or you're going to lose this game. Lonzo Ball ain't there. He can't step up for you. Lonzo Ball can't bump you out the way and say, here, I got it. Don't worry about it. So you got to do it this time. So that goes with the other guys. And this is it's an opportunity for that team to work on defense. This is plenty of games to work on that defense, because when it comes to playoffs, defense wins championships, baby. And in the playoffs, defense is important, very important, because playoffs, a lot of people lock in. And if you have a good defense, that means what? Steals, lane steals, rebounds, and all those leads to what? Free points. Because those free points is going to matter when you got to do everything it takes to score a bucket. Because playoffs, they get tense. People are actually trying. The crowd is yelling. Everything. Everything's tense. The temperature in the building got a little warmer than usual, and it gets a little bit humid, and they're playing hard and they're focusing. You might not even really get a shot open. So if you can't get a shot open in the playoffs, what do you think you have to start going towards? That's defense. Because then you can get a free point, and you have a guy like Lonzo Ball who can get the steal and throw across the court for an easy lay, and then you get back on defense. Defense is going to become a true reason that who really wins the playoffs, who really wins the championship.
Oh, that's going to be the main reason, the defense.
Right.
And like I said, Lonzo, he's going to play a major part in that.
People may shake off this. Oh, all y'all want to say is Lonzo Ball has defense. Well, that is the biggest thing you're going to need in this playoff.
You know what? I'm going to make a bold proclamation. If they play the goddamn Brooklyn Nets, Lonzo Ball, he can make a fool out of Ben Simmons. Remember, I said that. I'm telling you, he's going to expose Ben Simmons. I'm telling you, watch.
Oh, expose Ben
That's
Simmons?
That's a hot take. But remember what I said.
You said what?
They're going to make a fool out of Lonzo's going to make a fool out of Ben Simmons. Remember, I said that.
What? His offense?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be saying like, yo, man, look how Lonzo improved his game. Look how Ben Simmons, I'm telling you. All of that, they're going to show up the paint. I'm telling you. When it's time to play these teams that everybody's fearing, the Chicago Bulls will have the interior solidified. Look out for Patrick Williams. Look out for Tristan Thompson. Don't think it's just going to be fool's gold with Vucevic. If they could that's the only thing lacking, with them. And then, like I said, nobody's just going to walk over them, is what I'm trying to tell you. And that's include the Brooklyn Nets, the Sixers, all of them.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why I want everybody to understand, people that's listening, because we do have a lot of people that's listening. The defense is very, very important. And that's going to come in handy. And the Bulls have plenty of games to work on that defense. And by the way, my brother Marcus or Dex, how do you feel about the fact that the Bulls dropped down to a 20th defense ever since Lonzo's been gone? You feel like that's
right? That's a contribution. That's a contribution to both Lonzo and Caruso,
right?
Because
right.
Even though when Lonzo played his tenacious defense, when he subbed out, Caruso would come in and would keep that same energy, that same vibe, and be as tenacious as Lonzo. So it wasn't no let up on that end. The offense couldn't take a sigh of relief when Lonzo went to the bench because Caruso's coming in. But now, when the Bulls are playing their competitor, when they look at the Bulls starting five, there's nothing there to shredder at. You follow what I'm saying? I'm talking about as far as defense. I'm not talking about offense. I'm talking about defense. There was nothing to shredder at. Like, damn, this dude has got to play me. You follow what I'm saying? It was like, okay, it's whatever. They felt good, and this is why a lot of those lesser teams, when Lonzo first left out, I think he got hurt that Brooklyn game. It was a game they lost that game right back in January, and then that Golden State game, Zach LaVine exit.
Flight mutual thing or Marcus? Somebody flight mutual thing. Oh, you can't.
That's Marcus.
Huh? I was just waiting on that to say something real quick. I know my kids turned up, bro. They got this crash
I was just
bandicoot
gonna say
back
mute
here,
it and then say then you can speak. You good.
Yeah, they got
Yeah,
this
so
crash bandicoot.
so Lonzo got injured on that Brooklyn game, which they lost, and then Zach turned around and get injured on the Golden State game. So they lost that game. But prior to that, you know, there was 1, 2, 3. It was like 4. What's that? What, 4-2? You follow what I'm saying? Going into that game. So then they without Lonzo and Zach LaVine, they lost that Boston game. That was a close game. You know, DeMar missed that last shot. That was a close game. And then they lost the Memphis game. So they lost 1, 2, 3, 4 games in a row because it was a different type of balance there. And then they went and beat Cleveland. That was the most impressive game they won since Lonzo been out to me. That Cleveland game. You know what I'm saying? That's the most, because they beat Cleveland handily. And then they lost to Milwaukee. Then they came back and lost to Orlando, which was oh my God, that was a devastating loss. And then they beat Oklahoma City, and I think they beat Toronto. And then they lost to San Antonio. They beat Portland. And then you go into the month of February, and then, like I said, they had those 10 games going into the All-Star break. They're 7-3, but that 7-3 is a little iffy because they didn't beat no playoff contenders during that stretch. So that's devastating that their defense dropped that far. And we all know, as everybody that play basketball, especially hoop jargon, when he comes on here, we know that in Murgot, we know that playing defense is just an effort thing. You know, it's just the type of effort you want to give. And if you have a mindset to play defenses, that's different. That puts you on the elite status. But just be an average defender. All it is take effort. Just try your best to stay in front of your man. And when it's time to switch. Simple as that. Don't hesitate to switch, just switch. You know, if you see a man open, and that's what we see with Lonzo and Caruso, they do so well. If a man is open, they will leave their man and go to that man that's open, because that man that's open is a bigger threat than the man out on the perimeter. And then sometimes that man on the perimeter hit the shot, and guess what? That's contributed to Lonzo Ball, because that's actually his man. Even though he left him to go grab a man that's running to the bucket unchallenged, and then the ball whips back to his man, then his man makes the bucket. That's contributed to his defensive win share. But a lot of times we don't look at it like that. We just say, oh shit, Lonzo man's cooking him. You know what I'm saying? Or Alex Caruso man is cooking him. But a lot of times they do those type of things. And when that happens, the other teammates' IQ seem to don't elevate that high in those situations, because if he leave his man and go to the closest man to the bucket, then the closest man to that man needs to go to that man. You follow what I'm saying? It's like a merry-go-round, but a lot of times they just don't do it. So it happens like that. So now when those two players are out with that defensive IQ that they possess, you see the defense start to go down. Even though Bulls win, because I showed you on the schedule how they played a lot of lesser teams. Now coming out of All-Star break, they're going to play a lot of hard teams. So we'll see what the Bulls are made of.
Hey,
Marcus.
Go ahead, Marcus, before I say anything. Yeah, go ahead,
Marcus. Damn, I think I was gonna say something about what Rev question was about the team defense dropping and whatnot, you know.
Yeah.
But I low key forgot all that. My bad. But I did.
I was just saying how you felt. The question really was, you know, like how you feel the fact that they did drop from a top 10 defense to top 27 defense, and I was just asking like more of like who you think was at fault for that. Do you feel like it's a thing where mentally they're like not like, hey, we really don't want to put energy into it? Like, do you feel like, you know, how you feel like, you know, how they're choosing and why they're not, you know, doing their thing on defense? why they're not taking it as important,
I think I just heard Dex say something about balance. I think when they went out, the balance got kind of screwed up because when you got Lonzo and Caruso there, everybody else can just do their thing on offense. Zoe gonna do his thing on offense too, but it's all the intangibles and stuff like that, and the passing and his IQ. But for the defense, when Zoe and Caruso is healthy, I think that other teams and other point guards is going to be real hesitant to go against them because those dudes is like they pest. You know what I mean? Zoe got long arms, he quick. He be fouling people. He be smacking the hell out of people. Like Zoe be tripping. You know what I mean? So so when he's when he ain't on the court, you see that it's a big difference. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I agree with you.
where I'm at with it.
Yeah, like I said, I think the Chicago Bulls. I got to ask you a question. Do you feel like are the Chicago Bulls gonna get to the conference finals?
Yup, I think so.
I'll take it even a step further. I think they're gonna win a championship.
I'm just scared of the Bucks. I ain't scared of no other team but the Bucks.
What about Miami?
I ain't scared of Miami, bro. I'm scared of the Bucks because Giannis. Something wrong with Giannis. That man, he's ready to go to work. Like
every day, man.
Giannis, that man is serious.
It's a different breed, man.
So I feel like that man is serious. So I'm only scared of the Bucks. For the Bulls, I ain't scared of nothing else. With a healthy.
Really, I'm not scared of nobody else as well, but I'm afraid of the 76ers.
Who?
And I'm gonna say I'm afraid of them because
Philly?
Yeah, I say Philly I'm scared of Philly because it's not that Philly is going to like do their thing in the playoffs. I'm not saying like Philly's gonna be that troublemaking team to beat everybody. No. But I was gonna say the Bulls has every time they played them, it's never went good.
Now I'm scared of
lost
Philly.
Every single game to them.
Shit.
That is true.
That's true. They lost every single game to them. That's even with Zoe.
That might be just a bad matchup.
The first time they played them, Zoe was there. They still lost.
It was a back-to-back. They lost a back-to-back. It was like a away and a home.
I'm scared of Philly and the Bucks.
They lost twice.
I'm scared of Philly and the Bucks.
And then
they lost more recently.
Hold up, and then you take
Giannis on the mission. Giannis in the All-Star. Giannis in the All-Star game, blocking his own teammate shot. I mean, come on. He can't slow himself down. He can't do it. His motor is already it's on high right now. So yeah, but that doesn't mean that's going to carry them past the Bulls or any other competitor that the Bucks face. Because his motor's that high, that don't mean everybody else's motor's that high.
Yeah, Giannis is on a mission.
Giannis stays focused no matter what. I think they was making jokes about him because in the All-Star game, Giannis was taking it serious, kind of had a serious phase going on, and the media was making jokes about it. But people see, the thing is, these new days has changed because remember, people forget back in the day, the All-Star game, them boys was playing for real, damn near. You know what I'm saying? Or close to it. Especially, I remember the days when you literally saw LeBron trying to chase down somebody for real. And Kobe was actually doing contact dunks. Jordan was doing his motherfucking thing, trying to outschool everybody. So that's when it was for real. So they're so used to play around fake that they was making jokes because they haven't seen somebody take it for real, and they saw Giannis kind of taking it for real.
Man, I got a question.
Giannis is he don't care. Giannis is like, what's up? What y'all want to do? You know what I'm saying? It's just that dude's a different breed.
What's the question?
So when we were talking about like getting to the finals and stuff, somebody mentioned the Heat. So
I think I said that.
If we're dealing with the Heat, the Bucks, and the 76ers, who you trying to face like in the semifinals to get to the last one? Like, you know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna say Milwaukee.
You trying to go Bucks first?
Yeah, because
trying to buck
you can
first.
struggle.
Okay.
You listen. Even
see
though
your
Giannis
mentality.
figured it out, even though Giannis,
Mhm.
I understand y'all saying he on a mission. He did figure it out. Maybe I'm thinking too old mindset. Because I'm thinking you could like back off on my man Giannis, and then force him to shoot. Maybe that might give him more of an advantage and try to control some of the rest of the guys. Just in my opinion, but I don't know if that even works anymore. I don't know. I think Giannis might have figured all that bullshit out.
Mhm.
So I mean, this is a tough question. Shit, I ain't gonna lie, man. I might have to say the Bucks.
It really, I mean, Bucks is dangerous.
Why you say the Heat such a threat though?
I say something.
No, I just think it's just the pedigree. They beat they beat us too.
Yeah.
Miami is no joke, man. And Jimmy Butler, I don't know. He might
There's
take
something
that
wrong with that
challenge
dude.
with DeMar. I can
I
see
like
them two
Jimmy
going at it. They got a collection of players too. So it's like that'd be like a clash of the Titans if they faced off because it's a lot of pieces on each side.
Mm.
Yeah, Jessica said the Heat is tough. Somebody said, let's debate Tony Parker is better than Chris Paul. Oh, man, stop now.
Listen,
shout out Mo.
I just saw a comment.
Shout out Mo in the cash out.
Christian, listen, chat with Christian. Shout out to the comment right there. Christian said, "Y'all better not sleep on Zoe when he returns because he will be an animal, man." I want everybody to listen to this. That is a lot of facts right there because Zoe is going to have actually like a lot of minutes in the playoffs. He's actually going to play with sustainable minutes. He's going to play starter minutes probably. And what people understand is in the playoffs, you either turn into two things. You either you cramp into the heat and not do so good and fall off in the playoffs, or you turn into a monster. And we have yet to see Zach LaVine or Lonzo in the playoffs. So whether y'all like it or not, Zoe is going to be in the playoffs. And so is the Chicago Bulls.
Yep.
And I can't wait for guys like Zach LaVine, who's always been told, what has he won? Guys like Lonzo Ball, what has he done? What accolades is he going to get? Vucevic.
This could be something crazy.
Vucevic, biggest threat was, he can't ever.
He the punching bag. He the punching bag for the Bulls. When shit go wrong, it's Vooch's fault.
Right, DeMar DeRozan, he can do something, but he can never get over the hump. So this is the Chicago Bulls' opportunity to take it further now. This is the Chicago Bulls' chance. It's the Chicago Bulls' chance to actually go out there and dominate, and also not just dominate, but to show people that all those things that y'all said they can't do, they get to show out there and prove y'all wrong, or prove anybody who always says they can't do anything. So, and if the Chicago Bulls go out there and smack people and win the championship, I know all y'all gonna get sick. And don't worry about it. I'm gonna bring the ginger ale. You get what I'm saying? All y'all gonna be sick. Yeah, and I'm gonna make sure I bring the ginger ale. Okay. And listen, I'll even pour you some orange juice on the side.
I understand, Rave. I think you probably need to pump your brakes a little bit. What? Because first of all, Chicago have to have at least show a trend that they're capable of winning the championship. They have yet to show that trend. Because if the Chicago Bulls is going to win a championship, they're going to need three things. Three key things, according to me. Okay, this is only my opinion. First thing, they need to be in the Goldilocks zone. They need to be in the Goldilocks zone. They need to be top 4. 1. Defense need to be top 5. 2. And they need to show they can beat heavy, talented teams on the road. Those are 3 things that I believe Chicago Bulls need to show dominance in if they're going to win a championship this year.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I for sure. I mean,
Yeah, I agree with that too.
okay, anybody that is listening to me, don't get it wrong. I agree. The Bulls. I'm not saying the Bulls don't have work to do, and the Bulls definitely have work to do. The Bulls got to work on that defense. The Bulls need to play a way where everybody is touching the ball, they're scoring fluidly, the ball is moving, and it doesn't feel slow or stagnant. So does the Bulls have work to do because they have some competition around them? They got the Hawks around them. They got the Nets. They got the Milwaukee. They got what's his name? They got the Sixers. Trust me, we see those teams. The Bulls have work to do. Well, all I'm saying is these are 5 starters that have the biggest chip on their shoulder.
Right.
And if they walk in the playoffs and they gets to grab that chip that they had on their shoulders and put it on that floor and bet on themselves, you better hope the Bulls don't take that personal. You better hope Zoe don't take that chip on that shoulder that you put on him. You better hope he don't take it personal. You better hope when you put that chip on Zach LaVine and told him when is he ever going to make the playoffs, you better hope he didn't take it personal. When you said DeMar DeRozan, you can't take that extra step, you can't get over the hump, you better hope he don't take that personal. When you said Vucevic, all you is nothing but toilet tissue, you better hope he don't take that personal. You best believe, you better hope this starting 5 Chicago Bulls did not take what you said personal. They use it to their advantage and wake up and turn into monsters, and they are dominating y'all. And
Rave, are you talking about the DeMar DeRozan you want to trade?
So
Oh shit! Hey, can I say something real quick?
So what?
Wow.
So
I heard what he said.
Sir, don't say something slick and then walk away. Sir, say it again.
No, Dexter. Hey, can I say something just real quick?
No, wait. I don't know. Say it again.
Dex,
Sir?
go
I
ahead
said you
and
talk-
hit him with that.
Yes, are you talking about the same DeMar DeRozan that you wanted to trade?
I didn't say I wanted to trade him. I said if someone had to go, if it would be him.
Hey, but hold on, slow it down because
See, no.
I forgot
You're gonna
about
piss a lot of people off.
Hold up, Marcus.
I don't agree with everything that's said on Flight Sports
I want
TV.
to say this
A lot
before
of
you
people
switch the
said that to
subject,
me,
bro.
and
Straight up,
I will
because I
keep
forget
clearing
a lot
up
of
that
things, bro.
Hold on, let him talk.
I just want to say this before you switch the subject real quick, Wade, because I'll be forgetting shit. You feel me? Like I'm almost forgetting now. But I think that to get to Dex's point, getting in them that upper tier rankings for like defense and some of the other things, like we gotta start. Like I don't want to see DeRozan missing no goddamn free throws. Like, bro, you gotta hit all those. You know what I'm saying? Like all them little things that because I just feel we can't get away with nothing. You see what I'm saying? Everybody gotta play at their best and go and stay 10 toes down. You know what I mean? And they just gotta stay playing for each other too. You know what I mean? We can't afford for no mistakes to stay up there in them rankings. That's all I wanted to say. Now go ahead.
Right. A1 was good. Was good, bro.
Shout out A1.
How do you see the Bulls? How do you see the season ending for the Bulls? Are they gonna get to the conference finals or beyond? What's your thoughts?
Everybody's is looking to get that chemistry. Milwaukee's team hasn't been together. Brooklyn's team hasn't been together. Miami's team has been in and out with guys hurt and COVID. So it's just a matter of what team in the East, those top 4 seeds, 5 seeds, is going to get hottest and play the best the last month of the season. You know what I'm saying? So Lonzo will be back in the next 2-3 weeks. Caruso will be back in the next 2-3 weeks. Patrick Williams will be back in the next 2-3 weeks. And we got that killer. If you guys don't remember, I was one of the first guys to say, let's go get your boy. Who we just pick up?
Tristan Thompson.
I was one of the first ones to say Tristan Thompson. That's the bully that we need. We don't need him for
Trisha.
nothing else but those 6 fouls that he got, and hard ass 6 fouls to go up against those big guys. So, hey man, and that's gonna be Vooch's protector. So I'm like this. I think Lonzo come in, he's shooting at 42%. It's gonna take him a week to get back in line. So it's just a matter of who's gonna gel the fastest when everybody's healthy and play the best at the end of the season. Chicago got as good a chance as anybody else.
I can agree with that.
And DeMar DeRozan is shooting his best free throw percentage since the last 3 years.
And bro, what better duo scoring is better than the duo we got in the league?
I mean, yeah,
Well,
scoring, right?
James Harden and your boy ain't played together.
But I ain't gonna lie.
Kyrie and Durant ain't played together all season.
Our duo.
What better duo is on the East right now? Shit, NBA.
Wait. Our duo cannot combine with total of combination of 2 assists here and there.
I feel it, Ray, but they number 1 seed.
And also,
if they was the number 5 seed, yeah, but they number 1 seed.
I want to add something too about those guys.
We can't take that to the playoffs saying, oh, just because we won,
hey,
we
I
look good
understand,
during the regular
bro,
season.
we got to make it to the playoffs
the
first,
76ers.
Hey, the number 1 seed, it's nothing to sneeze at, bro. All right, and we're over halfway through the season.
Hey, listen. Hold on a second. When the Brooklyn Nets came into Chicago and turned up the heat on the Bulls, Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, well, Zach went out real quick, but they had a hard time scoring. And like I said, even Golden State. I just want to know, can the Bulls go to that next level?
It's hard to beat a team 3 times in a row, no matter what.
Right,
they beat them twice, and Brooklyn got 1 game.
That was with Kyrie.
The series is 2-1. It don't matter how much.
You gotta tell that to Philly or A1.
It don't matter how bad they beat them. It's still 2-1. And the thing is Philly is the team that we got to worry about because they done beat us when we were full, and they ain't concerned with us. You know what I'm saying? We got to do something about Embiid. That's why we got Tristan. He got 6 fouls to give Embiid.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know people don't be talking about this, but universally around like the East, nobody's afraid of the Chicago Bulls. Miami ain't afraid of us. Who else? Who else? Philadelphia think we a joke. The Nets think they could just stomp over us.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, to be honest, nobody's scared of the Chicago.
Toronto's not even afraid of them.
I just hate I want to burst your bubble. I'm just
ain't no busting no bubble, but you can't be afraid of a team that's not fully healthy.
You right. Shit, I don't think they're afraid of them when they are, but they should be. But bottom line, it's no shot. They're just not respected for whatever reason. But keep going.
Okay, can I say this?
They lost those two games on national TV against the top teams. They lost a lot of points.
Let me say this
in the media's eyes.
Okay, can I say this? I can't argue with the fact that that Chicago is the number 1 they're second right now, second team in the Eastern Conference, and they're a winning team above 500. And we know how dangerous they can be.
They tied for first, Ray.
Right,
number 1 seed.
They're tied for first, but right now they're second. They count as second. So, anyways, to that when they play together, they're a very dangerous team. Okay, I'm not discrediting. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. Especially when I said the Bulls are winning championship. But you saying the number 1 East is none to scarf up about, none to laugh about. Listen, you can say the same things to the teams of the 76ers. You can say that to the same team, the Brooklyn Nets. They're the same team as whooping everybody ass and still lost.
Man, Brooklyn Nets lost 13 games in a row, right? They're not even in the picture no more.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is the 76ers was looking so fucking dominant in the regular season, and we should give them respect, but they get their ass beat in the playoffs. Utah Jazz are the most dangerous Utah Jazz are the most dangerous team in the regular season, but they get their ass beat in the fucking playoffs.
Ray, bro, you gotta put it in context, Ray. They had a big elephant in the room. Your boy Ben Simmons wouldn't shoot in the 4th quarter. He wouldn't take a shot in the 4th quarter. Mm-hmm. That's the reason why they lost.
He quit on them.
Once again, the Chicago, just like you just said, Ben Simmons was not trying to take a shot 4th quarter. the Chicago Bulls, will they play defense in the playoffs? Just like will Ben Simmons shoot in the playoffs? The Bulls may look very fucking good in the regular season, but you have to fix the issues. So when playoffs come, you do it the correct way. Everybody has to play offense. Everybody has to play defense. Everybody has to play together. Everybody got to have assists. You cannot have DeMar DeRozan and Vucevic for a combination of 2 assists.
Hey, but Ray, when you learning how to win, and you still have the number 1 seed. Remember, this is a new team that hasn't been together. All the other teams have been together. All right, this is a new team learning how to win on the fly in their number 1 seed.
Right.
That has to say something.
Listen, DeMar DeRozan.
Hold on one second. See, this is what we're missing. Right now, there's a political stance that's going on in New York City with their mayor, Eric Adams. Shout out to the brother. You follow what I'm saying? And he's about ready to turn this vaccine thing over. He's about ready to ease the mandate on this vaccine. So if that happens,
that's gonna be all bets are off,
man.
Yeah, but Ben Simmons is weeks away from playing. What are you gonna do in the playoffs?
I ain't concerned with Ben Simmons. I'm concerned with Kyrie Irving.
I'm telling you, y'all better pay attention.
Kyrie is not gonna win that game. Kyrie is not winning no series by himself. Sorry, bro. He ain't never done
what if he could play all throughout?
Kyrie gonna give you 25. This 6 and 3.
A1, I'm telling you right now, if that mayor,
that's what Levine
Eric
gonna
Adams,
give you. That's what Levine
ease
give
this
you.
mandate,
bro. Come on, man.
It's gonna be all right.
Kyrie Irving is better than Zach LaVine. Kyrie Irving is better than Zach LaVine.
It's not just Kyrie, though. You understand what I'm saying? With Kyrie in the Nets, the Durant, the Drummond, the Curry, all them other guys, Harris, whoever, you follow said Nick Claxton, Patty Mills, it's going to be ugly in that playoff in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
If they ease these mandates, A1, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a whole different story, man.
But
in that East.
But I feel it. You don't think it's going to be a whole different story with Chicago fully healthy?
I don't care if Chicago fully healthy or not. They can add another player. They can have 6 players on the court. It's going to be hard to beat them Brooklyn Nets, man, if they ease this mandate. That's all I'm saying.
Bro, they ain't been playing together, bro.
If they healthy.
That's what I'm saying. They ain't been playing together. You can't just go hop into the playoffs, ain't been playing together, and win.
Like I said, if they ease these mandates, that's where my money going. I'm not going to waste no money on no underdog. I'm putting everything on the Nets, wherever they rank that.
Everybody puts their money on the top hype, all the hype.
I ain't put my money on motherfucker that ain't been playing together.
I said,
listen, that's when it's really all they're gonna be able to play is one-on-one basketball because they ain't been playing together.
That's all they do. They're the king of ISO.
Where does Ben Simmons?
A1, they're the king of ISO. You know that, right? The Nets,
ISO don't win
not the
Bulls.
Bulls. The Nets king of ISO,
bro. They had James Harden, bro. James Harden was giving them 24, 10, and 8. Ben Simmons is not replacing that.
You don't have to.
And it was a down year.
All Ben Simmons got to do is stop a motherfucker from getting 20.
All right. Kyrie and KD
bro, he ain't played in 5 months.
He's going to set everything up.
I'm telling you, A1, just pay attention to me. Right. The Brooklyn Nets, if they ease this mandate, that's what I'm hanging my hat on. If they ease this mandate, you're gonna see a whole new different Brooklyn Nets team, and they're gonna have a whole new different mindset and approach when they come to games.
Yeah, listen.
I said it again.
I think that can happen. That man, he's trying to do some things. We'll see what happens.
Lakers and Nets will not win the championship. Okay, these are older guys.
Well, the Lakers definitely.
I think people are really starting to get a hang of these dudes. Yes, Nets is very dangerous.
You could say the Lakers. I don't know about the Nets.
No, I'm telling you, these guys are not that scared of the Nets like that, like they used to.
Okay.
No, listen, don't get me wrong. Hold up. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
You see Kevin Durant come out that tunnel. You see Kyrie Irving come out that tunnel. You see Ben Simmons come out that tunnel. You don't think they're gonna shake a little bit?
They're better isolation. Listen,
all right. So
they're better isolation players.
Let me tell you something.
They play their game better than Chicago.
Hold up.
So you don't think Kevin Durant gonna be on a minutes restriction?
Hold up.
All right, Kevin Durant's gonna be on minutes restriction. He's coming off injury. They're not gonna sit up there and play him 40 minutes.
No, we talking about the playoffs.
Injury history.
Ain't no minute restriction in no playoffs.
Either
you gonna play or you ain't.
Okay, so you gonna risk all your money. Okay,
I'm putting my money on the Nets. I don't care.
Listen.
I ain't going for no underdog. If they ease the mandates though, A1. If they don't ease the mandates, I'm not betting on Brooklyn to get to the finals going through the road.
Y'all have to stop. Y'all have to stop this. Okay? When you just named talking about running through the tunnel, you said Kyrie Irving. All I saw was flat earth. When you said Kevin Durant, I said, Kevin Durant is dangerous. But he can't ever carry a team. He's never have and never will. And then you said Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons.
Flat Earth. I don't know what you mean by that, but that had nothing to do with basketball. The court is flat.
Okay,
that's about it.
Listen, the whole point is nobody has a scary thing about the Nets anymore.
Wow.
No one does, not anymore. Okay.
All right, what I'll say is this: Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan.
You saying that, Red, because you're not on the court facing them.
Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan are good isolation players, but Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant will put them to shame at their own game. So that's the problem. And I don't think anybody else like that in the East will do that.
Gotta stop boosting these
Flight, but look at this though, Flight.
Yeah,
you still got Andre Drummond.
Oh Lord,
you still got him.
And then Seth.
You got. No, don't even count Steph. Steph has already been counted for. Patty Mills already been counted for. But we talking about the defensive end now. We talking about getting rebound. Listen, that Nick Claxton, okay, he's cool. He's athletic. He can go up there and get the lob. He's a young DeAndre Jordan. You know, I understand that part. But Drummond is just going to feast on that rebound because he gives them an opportunity to get extra shots.
But
because he gets at least 5 rebounds, 5 offensive rebounds a game.
Every bit as good. He averaged 14.
Hell
15,
no,
16. Bro,
not as good as no damn Andre
rebounds
Drummond
a year in the league. Come on, man.
Nobody ain't looking for no Tristan Thompson. He ain't no hot commodity.
People looking for Andre Drummond
more than Tristan Thompson. Yes.
Okay. All right. It's the same player. It's the same player, bro.
I got to see Tristan. I want to see what level he's at right now. He's been playing with some shitty teams, not really doing much.
Man, he just had 17 and 17 right before the break.
Tristan?
So it's the same player as Andre Drummond.
Just playing for a buyout. He was just playing for a buyout.
Yeah, 17 and 17 is still 17 and 17.
What was he on, Sacramento?
Yeah.
No, that shit don't count.
He got traded to Indiana.
That boy.
He got traded to Indiana. They beat somebody.
Indiana?
He had 17 and 17. They beat New York.
I mean, that's good. I mean, that's good though. A1, we're not knocking that, but we know what he was playing for. He wasn't doing that all year long.
All we need him to do is grab 10 rebounds.
Andre Drummond been consistent.
All he needs to do is use those 6 fouls and grab us 10 rebounds, bro. Give us 15 minutes.
I know, but what I'm saying, Andre Drummond, he's cool because look, he ain't gonna be scoffing at wanting more balls and all that like he was with the Lakers because he saw what the Lakers was working with, and the Lakers wasn't working with nothing except for Anthony Davis and LeBron James. And then when Anthony Davis went out, you follow what I'm saying? Andre Drummond's like, okay, who you gonna get a ball to? Montrezl Harrell? I'm here. Let me go. Let me do something. Let me show you what I'm worth. And the Lakers just didn't do it. So now he left, and now look, watch what he's gonna do with the Nets. He ain't gonna do nothing but commit it.
If you bet your money on that guy, go ahead.
I'm not betting my money on him. I'm betting my money on the mandate, easing the mandate where Kyrie can be unleashed full. You know what I'm saying? And then you got the Kyrie. Listen, it's hard enough to guard Kyrie. Then when he gets out, now you got to watch out for a Patty Mills. You got to watch out for a Seth Curry. It's just going to be a barrage, and teams is going to be like, man, what can you ask me to do? They're going to be like, Tyrese, what more do you want from me?
But the same thing goes for Chicago, man. What you going to do when DeMar, Zach, and those guys is hot. Ain't nothing you can do. So you saying the same things. So those guys, Kyrie, and those guys got to be hot. Because if DeMar and DeRozan do their averages of 25, 26 apiece, those guys got to score 30 apiece.
No, they don't.
Bro, you saying
Because they can sprinkle their.
Bro, y'all just said they can beat them at their own game. So those guys are the number.
No, listen, hold on. A1, you jumping the gun.
Right now?
A1, you jumping the gun because New Jersey Nets are the king of ISO. The Bull,
but
I ain't gonna say the Bulls.
Chicago has the best duo.
No.
What duo is better?
You mean now? You mean now because of Harden is gone? When Harden was there, that was the best duo. Harden and Durant was the best duo. What's his name was always second. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If that's the case, you could say that. But throughout the season, that was the best duo, Harden and Durant.
Yeah, because Durant averaged damn near 30, and your boy averaged 22. But both our guys is averaging 27.
I'm just saying. I mean, if you said the best duo. I'm just giving you the best duo.
Sure.
Now, technically, you're right because Harden's not there, Durant's not there. So yes,
I mean, you ain't the best duo with 10 turnovers a game. I'm just saying.
Quiz was good.
What about Harden?
That's not Quiz.
I'm good.
Oh, that's Quiz. Okay, I thought someone who was talking. Yeah, Quiz. Quiz heard us talking about them Brooklyn Nets. He was going on his way.
Right.
No, my bad. I'm just
really.
saying the Bulls. I mean,
already had this
whatever, bro.
conversation,
Harden, 10 turnovers a game. You know what I mean? You can't be one of the
I
duo with that.
Exactly.
So,
No, they're talking
I don't agree with that.
They're talking about
Those guys
scoring
will
duels.
cancel each other out when it comes down. It's
No,
in the
if you go to
playoffs,
look at
you gotta
statistics,
come
scoring
down,
duels.
bro. In the
You gotta include the turnovers.
I feel you on one thing. Their role players are probably the best role players. So that's what it's going to come down to. Our role players against their role players.
But isn't that what gets you over? I mean, isn't that what wins the championship?
Yes, sir.
Because when we watched the last two champions, the Lakers and the Bucks, that's who basically did it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well,
now we understand how powerful these Nets going to be.
The Nets have crappy coaching, and they've never played together.
Oh,
so
Quiz,
I'll believe it when I see it.
Quiz, you baking on Miami Heat.
Listen, you telling me that a dude that
yes or no? Yes or no? Though yes or no?
You hold on. You're telling me that a dude, the coach that played with shoddy, busted up hamstring Harden last season when he came back.
Shout out Rico.
Playing like 44 minutes. Had him playing like 44 minutes a game.
Shout out Rico.
You needed the performance of your life from Jeff Green.
But Miami Heat is a team full of role players. That's all they got.
Well,
So what makes you think the Miami Heat is going to hold on? They not finna hold on to that number one slot. You know that, and I know that.
No, I don't. The Heat probably won't hold on to the number one spot.
Okay, all right. Now we
the playoffs. You know the real teams. You know the real teams that you got to worry about in those playoffs. You still have to worry about the Heat in the playoffs.
All I'm saying is this right here. The Brooklyn Nets, if they ease that mandate in New York City, there's going to be, like Flight say, hell to pay.
Yeah, all bets are off. I'm telling you, if that happened, like I said, we're gonna have to rethink shit.
Man, y'all making Kyrie out to be
y'all think they just gonna hop on the court and just start winning?
He ain't, bro.
Your boy A1 got a point.
Kyrie, Isaiah Thomas.
That man saying.
Y'all making him out to be Isaiah Thomas. He's not that guy, bro.
Listen to me. I'm gonna say it again, and all of you guys.
We're a top 10 player.
Hold on, Flight. All of you guys, including this freaking chat, will walk down that altar, and I tell you, I remember it from last year, and it was on Flight Sports TV last year and the year before that. I said, bro, these Nets is not gonna do it. Stop going into all the hype just because they're flooded. They're flooded with people. They're flooded with a squad. And all of y'all like, there's no way. This is the squad. This is the hype. All bets are in. Hype. Listen, I heard, all I'm saying is, I heard it all. All the bets are in. This is it. Brooklyn Nets, they definitely won. This is it for sure. The championships, Kyrie Irving. And they did not get it.
Ray, when the Lakers won, hold on, Ray. When the Lakers won,
I promise you it won't work.
Okay, hold on, Ray.
Go ahead, Ray.
When the Lakers won, listen, when the Lakers won, was it hype? When they got Anthony Davis? Was it hype?
Street clothes?
When the Lakers won their bubble championship, was it hype? Yes or no?
I mean, they didn't even win.
Nigga straight
Fuck,
close
it's a
the
bubble.
wing.
Oh my
Oh,
God. You can't even answer
Listen,
a
they needed
straight
the
question.
NBA. They needed the NBA to shut down for 2 months.
This is a whole shutdown.
shit, why not? Shut us down for 2 months. Fuck it.
All I'm
Oh,
saying is
shit.
that the Lakers, when they got Anthony
That's how
Davis,
we
they
do it.
all
That's
there
how
was
we do the
already a shoe in.
championship.
Yes or no, Raven quiz. There was already a shoe in to win a championship when they got
Dex,
Anthony
you got
Davis.
the money.
They
you got the
automatically
money.
I mean, yeah,
They still got
was
money.
thrust.
You got
It
your
was
money
automatically
on them to win
thrust to
this
number
year?
1 seed.
Okay, I mean,
the
yeah,
favorite.
I mean, yes, but okay.
Okay, now if that's the case with the Lakers, why it can't be the case with the Brooklyn Nets if they ease the mandate?
Because it has already happened. The Brooklyn Nets, this is not the first time they came short. Okay? The Brooklyn Nets has came short before. And especially even last year when everybody tell me that it's signed, sealed, and delivered, Brooklyn Nets win it all. It did not happen. And this season, they just picked up a guy, Ben Simmons, who is coming off not the greatest performance in the playoffs and hasn't played basketball in a minute. And we don't know how that chemistry could work because we'll never know. Because what if y'all keep talking about how great Ben Simmons is going to be on our defensive side? Have you ever asked yourselves, what if they have an issue with him on offense because he can't do shit? Have you ever asked, is Kevin Durant going to have an issue with that nigga because he can't do shit on offense? You ever asked
Okay,
that?
Ray, you a coach, and I'm surprised that you having this type of spiel.
I'm just saying.
Ray coached basketball.
I was a coach too.
Y'all acting like
I'm about to start checking y'all so-called coaches.
Y'all are acting like the addition of Ben Simmons is
cards.
all peaches and cream, my nigga. We don't know what's going to happen.
No.
What if it goes bad?
Ray, you're changing the narrative. I said, I'm going to reiterate. Yeah, listen, and I'm going to reiterate once again. I'm going to reiterate it once again, Ray. If the New York mayor relaxed the mandate on this vaccine situation, the East is in trouble. That's my premise. I'm not talking about no Ben Simmons and all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You follow what I'm saying? I'm saying if they ease the mandate on this vaccine thing, and the Brooklyn Nets are going to be trouble in the East, as Flight would say, will have hell to pay.
Yeah. Serious hell. That's
and I'm also telling you
it's gonna
this.
be hell to pay.
I'm also telling you this. Don't believe the hype, baby, because I seen it before. And I stand on my word just like I standed it on last year when everybody was calling me dumb, stupid, and retarded. And when I said the Nets is not winning. Yo, yeah, I remember the chat. The Brooklyn Nets they was on my shit about the Brooklyn Nets winning. I was like, bro, they're not gonna win. They're like, oh, this is it. There ain't no way Brooklyn Nets gonna win it. They're gonna win it. This is it. You're retarded. Take away your takes.
Ray,
I was like, nah.
Ray, can I ask you a question, Ray?
And they're gonna do it again. Watch. I stand on all my 2 feet, bro. A whole shield right in front of y'all. The Nets will not win this year either. And I promise you, I'm gonna laugh when you walk down this altar when the Brooklyn Nets fell again.
Ray, if I have a question for you.
What's up?
All right. It's about how you felt last year and what actually ended up happening. Why did you feel that way last year?
I felt that way because I already knew, because everybody want to put the hype up with it. I knew that Kevin Durant, to me, is really flawed. And I say that because, yes, Kevin Durant is most definitely a top scorer in the NBA. He's most definitely a 3-level scorer. He's hard. I mean, he can shoot over you. I mean, he's a giant amongst the little kids. But if you really look at Kevin Durant's career, he won championships where? On the Warriors, that was already a 79 and 5 loss team, wherever that was. That's where he won. So take away him winning championships on a Warriors team. What shit has he won outside of the Warriors? Oh, I'll be quiet. So exactly my point. So have I really seen KD do anything with them Brooklyn Nets? I said right here. What has KD done with the Brooklyn Nets? We're quiet.
He definitely flopped last year.
What is Killer?
I don't say he flopped.
He was airballing the clutch.
The dude was exhausted, Flight.
No, listen to me.
And
he put them on his shoulders.
Hey, man, I'm about to echo Shannon Sharp, but if LeBron was in that situation, they would have killed him.
Yo, I still
You're
no
supposed to
answer.
cut this dude slack.
I'm still waiting for an answer. I want the chat to answer it. What has KD done in the Brooklyn Nets?
Not a damn thing.
Not a damn fucking thing. And y'all want to sit here.
He ain't gonna do shit
all y'all
either.
want to do is sit here on hype because they stacked the deck. And then this year they try to stack the deck even more by getting James Harden. And now they're like, oh my God, we can't.
Harden was there last year, Ray.
That he was.
You're proving my point. They're just stacking the deck right now.
They definitely stacked the deck. Yeah, I agree with that.
Stacking the deck, and everybody's believing.
And Harden was hurt. He was playing with a half a hamstring. You follow what I'm saying? And Kyrie was totally absent because of his injury. And all he had was basically Joe Harris and Nick Claxton. And he took the
no, stop it. They had Jeff Green. Jeff Green.
Come on, you can't count no Jeff Green. Uncle Green, you know how old that man is? That man older than Methuselah.
Hey, and they won a game with him on the back of him dropping 30, which you knew was going to happen.
One time.
Exactly.
Right?
We all know
lightning struck in the bottle. Yes, lightning struck in the bottle. Okay, we can agree with that. But Uncle Jeff, listen, Quiz, you need to stop. Uncle Jeff, come on now. The man is
Uncle Jeff ain't there.
Is he older than LeBron? Yeah, don't bring up no Uncle Jeff. He only had one good game and he disappeared. They had no more Geritol. They gave that man 1,000 capsules of Geritol and he hit 30. And that was a wrap for him.
Listen, check it out,
his body never recovered.
Hold on.
Listen, he had a better one game.
Let me say this before y'all continue.
Other than KD.
Hold up. Can I say this before I go ahead? Chat is saying that all they're going to say is how KD is a champion. He's a scorer. And I said he is. He is a scorer. He can shoot over you. Listen, he can shoot over you. I said that. Kevin Durant can shoot over you. What's the cap? Where's the cap?
The cap is if Giannis doesn't slide under Kyrie's foot on purpose like he did and twist his ankle, the Nets would have won that series in 5.
But I'm asking you, did they win it?
Man, y'all do that.
See, all you can hold on.
Wait
a minute. All you dudes in the chat and the panel, you trying to creep your little way up in here in the panel. All you can say is how they almost did it.
Oh, I'm trying to creep my way up on the panel.
Listen to me.
I'm trying to creep my way up on the panel. I heard that.
Listen
okay, we're going
to
with
me.
the ad hominem attack.
Listen, I've said it before. Listen, I give Kevin Durant his credit. He is most definitely a top tier scorer in this league.
You good, Zan?
Definitely a top 5. He is a top 5 player to this day. He is a
say he's unstoppable.
MVP.
Say Kevin Durant is unstoppable.
Yes, he can do any fucking thing. I see KD dunk on you, shoot on you, all of that. But other than the championships, he has won in Golden State Warriors. Tell me what other championship or something he really won besides the Warriors, man.
Hold on, I'll double down on that.
We're doing that now.
Kyrie ain't done nothing since LeBron either.
We're doing that
now. Oh my God.
Come on.
Two dudes who ain't done nothing.
All I'm saying, Quiz, Ray, A1, all I'm saying is if they ease these mandates, I don't want to see y'all with no Brooklyn Nets fitted on.
I got
a Brooklyn Nets jersey right now, James Harden, bro. I'm gonna be wearing my James Harden Brooklyn Nets.
See, Quiz, you can't do that. You gotta stand your ground like Ray. You gotta stand your ground.
It's only certain teams I'm gonna
stand my ground. Listen, chat, I love y'all because you know why I love y'all? Because all of you guys in the chat is gonna walk down straight down that altar with a rose in your hand, apologizing to Ray.
Hold on,
flight. All of you is gonna be having a red rose in your hand, apologizing. Listen, all y'all gonna be apologizing when y'all realize the Brooklyn Nets did not win again. And I'm gonna tell you, I told y'all so. The Brooklyn Nets will not win the championship.
I made a mistake.
Okay, Raven A. Smith.
Now, Brooklyn Nets will not win the championship this year.
Raven A. Smith.
No, they got to say I was wrong. I made a mistake.
Yes, sir. They gotta,
and it won't happen again.
I want them to put in chat, Ray Kingdom. I am so sorry for thinking.
I don't know what the hell I was thinking.
It don't matter how much you raise your voice and get antics. It don't matter. Your argument is shit.
That I've been thinking, Ray Kingdom. I am so sorry.
Your argument is shit.
Flight, Zen, hold on for a second, Zen. Flight,
what's up?
Listen, check this out. Okay, Rave is barking so hard on the Brooklyn Nets, right?
Right.
who is Ray saying going to win a championship and he's going to put his money on?
I bet
So
he
if
had
they
the
don't
Lakers.
win, is he going to come down to the altar?
You said the Bulls. You got the
Bulls
Bulls
going to
winning it
championship,
all.
baby. I said that.
Okay, now if they
Yeah,
don't
we
win,
just
Rave,
started
are you
season.
coming down to the altar?
To pay homage.
Who-
Ray
who-
ain't
who-
coming
wait,
down
wait,
to
wait,
the
wait.
damn-
What altar you gonna walk down?
But nobody's challenging me on it. Wait. Nobody's
You gotta
challenging me
go
on
down one of these channels.
it. Wait. Nobody's challenging me on it.
You're being challenged now.
We
Because I
no,
said
no,
that
no,
Bulls is not
for him to
finna
go
win
on
no.
and pay homage.
I'm saying the Bulls are not finna win no championship because
gonna beat the
I
Nets.
don't see, listen. I don't see the Bulls trending in the right direction when it comes to playing teams of the upper echelon that's competitive. They have not shown that. The only team they did beat is the Brooklyn Nets.
Right. When they
You gotta go on one of these world famous channels and pay homage, Ray. You gotta go on somebody. You can't walk down this aisle. You gotta go to another. You gotta go down somebody's aisle, man, and go to their channel and say, "I made a fucking mistake. I'm sorry. I don't know what I
Wait,
was
what you
thinking."
saying? You got to take the Walker shame.
Yeah, you got to go to
Yeah,
FYF channel.
we're gonna find the channel.
saying the Chicago Bulls? So Dex, you saying the Chicago Bulls is the Utah Jazz?
I'm pretty sure they're gonna welcome you. They'll welcome Ray with open arms, right?
I'm not saying they're the Utah Jazz
Right.
of the East.
Nine
All I'm
times
saying
out
is
of
that
10,
the
Cosby on point,
Chicago
but he
Bulls
jumped out
have
the
yet to
window.
show that they can be a quality team. That's
the Utah Jazz.
R 500.
That's not true. They
the
beat the
Utah
Atlanta
Jazz.
Hawks. They beat the.
But I'm not even saying Utah Jazz. I'm just saying period. You follow what I'm saying? They have yet to show that. And every time they put them on national TV, they lay an egg.
But they
They
beat the
beat.
Nets twice.
They beat the Lakers when they was healthy.
That's what I just said. But the Nets is number 8. They the 8th seed.
The
Oh,
Lakers,
you gonna
the
count
Lakers-
them as a quality win?
You put your money on the Nets to win the chip.
Hold
Don't
on.
act like
Shout out
the
to
Lakers are-
JDH. A healthy Bulls team could beat any team. Shout out to you,
Shout out
JDH.
JDH.
No, that's not true, Ray.
If the Nets
See,
was a
that's not
championship
true.
team- hey, bro,
That's not
if the
true
Nets was a
because
shouting
they
them
haven't
out.
beat.
team,
Hold on. One mic. That's not true, Ray, because they haven't beat the Philly. And to answer your question,
haven't?
A1, is that the Nets are 8th seed because of injury, right? They played a game. If you heard James Harden, they was playing that game, trying to get in through the championship as a road team. And now, if they ease this mandate, they don't have to play that game no more.
but
They can go ahead and play real
Chicago's the
basketball.
Chicago's tied for the number 1 seed, and they've been hurt.
Hogwash.
But
They've been hurt
Ray,
all
I mean,
season.
but A1,
it's
you
the same
haven't
thing.
heard what I said earlier.
All right?
No, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Y'all about to
Because
make
the
me
Nets are
disagree.
deliberately losing. The Nets are deliberately losing a lot
They
of
are
those
not
games. Not all
deliberately
games.
losing. It sounds good.
Not all games. Some of those
Sounds
games
good.
they're
Dex, are
deliberately
you
losing.
telling me
to
the
stay
Nets
in
are
a certain.
deliberately losing games?
I'm
Yeah,
not
if
buying-
this mandate, hold on, Quiz. If this mandate stays the same, yes, because they want to be at least as high as they want to go as the 5th seed, and as low as they want to go as the 7th seed.
Because they want
Right now they're the 8th
games.
seed because
The
they want to
Nets-
play away games.
They weren't that good. That's why they were losing games. Let's keep it
Yo,
real.
they're
Stop.
going to pay Kyrie's
So they want to
fines in
lose to play
Brooklyn.
one more game.
They're going to pay Kyrie's fines in Brooklyn for the
They
for
can
the
pay his
mayor
fines,
gonna-
they cannot pay his
The
fines.
mayor's talking about easing the mandates in New York.
Even if the mandate's still on, they'll just pay the fines. It's like less
Right.
than $15,000
Pay
a
the
game.
fines, put them on the court. I want to see them. The reason why I felt as though the Nets wasn't winning last year, Rave, following up the question I asked you about the reason why you felt that way is because they felt in their hearts that they didn't have to be on the court. They felt as though just get us in the playoffs and put us together on the court, and we'll figure it out and we'll win. And that does not happen.
Not
No, I
the
didn't.
Listen.
Shout out SMG.
Shout out to SMG. I seen your video the other day. The latest video you put up, SMG, when you talked about Ja Morant. Listen. Only thing I'm saying is this, so I won't be misconstrued. If, and we know if is a fifth, we all be drunk. If they ease the mandates, I'm putting my money, my hard-earned money that I make. I'm a 6-figure nigga.
Wow.
I'm putting my money on the Brooklyn Nets.
Well, you heard what this man just said? He's a 6-figure nigga. Did you hear that?
Listen.
That makes both of us.
So whenever y'all need a loan, y'all know where to go to.
Hold on, and just like
That makes 2 of us. And I
hold
don't
on,
gamble.
and just like
Give the
that.
loans with interest.
Hold on.
Thanks for putting yourself out there, Dex. Appreciate it.
Kingdom. Listen, Rave
I'm
Kingdom is on the
I'm
deck
conservative
on the
with mine.
cards. Listen, Rave Kingdom is on the deck on the cards. I promise you guys, Brooklyn Nets will not win the championship this season. I'm standing on it. And I'm standing on it last year, and I'm standing on it again.
Well, if you
All
say
y'all-
Chicago's going to win, nobody's going to win the championship, right? Except Chicago. That's what you're saying, right?
Chicago,
Well, that's not saying much.
I don't think that the Bulls
I
gonna
just
win either.
know it won't be no Nets.
Because you want Miami Heat to win. Same thing. If you're not a Brooklyn fan, nobody wants Brooklyn to win. But I'm not a Brooklyn fan, but I just see where Sure Shot is, and I'm tired of losing my money on these scrubs.
Hey, facts, Eric Bell. He the
If I
one who
could.
lost money during the All-Star game. Nobody trusts your bet.
If I
Facts,
could.
Eric Bell.
Hey,
Golden State
Carpenter
Warriors.
Jr., I see you,
Facts.
Carpenter Jr.
If I
What I
could,
dare you.
Yeah,
if I could, the Golden State Warriors and the Brooklyn Nets are the two most dangerous teams in the NBA.
Really?
Period.
So
How you
who-
figure that?
Because Clay, after 40 games or after 35 games, is going
They're
to be
dangerous.
Clay.
Where's it?
And Dre will be back, and everybody else around them is better. They don't have Kevin Durant, but they got a much deeper team than they ever had before.
I don't know about Nets.
But see,
Facts.
but you guys are answering your own question about these Brooklyn Nets. See, Golden State, same situation, hurt guys in and out the lineup, but they are the number 2 seed in the West. If
Right.
Brooklyn is that team, because it takes a team to win 7 games or win 4 out of 7 games, they need a team. They should be better off. Now,
Brooklyn just got
Dex
reconstructed.
theory is they're losing games to play one more game on the road to have him
Brooklyn
one
just
more
got
time.
reconstructed.
Nets
I
are
don't
in
agree with
the
that
Nets
theory.
are the Nets are
Brooklyn
in the AFC right
It's
now.
going to play to win. Brooklyn's going to play to win. They got no reason to play to lose. That's
Exactly.
silly.
Exactly. Thank you.
Exactly.
Somebody around here making some sense.
Exactly.
And like I said, and I'm making sense too. All y'all are just believing the hype, baby. And I promise you, when you believe the hype, you will fall. You will fall.
They will pay the
All you
fines
people that
if
believe
the
in this hype,
vaccine
you put the
mandate.
Nets, I
Well,
promise you,
I'm
you'll
not
fall,
saying
boy.
Chicago go win the chip. What I'm saying is they have, to me, they got a 25% chance.
Plus,
By the way,
winning
by the
the
way,
It's a
by
good
the way.
chance. It's a
Hold on,
good
hold
chance.
on, wait a minute. Let
They
me
got
read
a
this.
25%
Hold
chance
on.
of winning the East.
Let me read this stat line.
Talking about
for
Chicago?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me read this stat line for everybody.
Hold on, fellas. I'm gonna hop
The
back
Brooklyn
on.
Nets. Hold on. Let me read the
Wow.
stat line. Brooklyn Nets are 13 wins and 15 losses in their home games. They are 18-13 in their away games. Their losing streaks is 2 for 8. Their biggest winning streak, actually, their biggest streak was 1.
The best
No, that's
game
not
that
true.
the best
Actually,
game,
no. That's the
the
biggest
best
losing
game
streak. My
that the
bad.
role players
My bad.
played.
It said
is
an L.
when they
My bad.
blew us
Losing
out.
streak.
When they
Losing
blew
streak. My
Chicago out at Chicago.
Losing
That's the
streak was
best
1. Losing streak
game their
was
role players played.
Rave, what position were they in when Durant went down?
What? Fucking second, third, whatever it was?
Okay, then.
Okay, but it's
Like
still
they
the
the
AC.
You act like they really the AC, man. Come on, bro. You know
But
they're
you're
not
not,
the
you're not
AC.
letting me go. Hold on. Their away games, they're 13 and 15.
Oh, just
That's
hold
not
the
good.
horses.
And
You
KD
about to
was
see.
there.
They just got
Okay.
reconstructed, and they're going to be up everybody ass. Pause.
Conference games, they're 21 and 13. Okay.
Just wait.
Okay.
Because how did Kyrie come back? Kyrie was off for how long? He came back in 25, 8, and 7 right off the bat. Some
It's
shit
gonna be
like
tough
that.
to beat them.
Rave is basically basing this.
in the 7
Rave
games.
is basically basing this on some of the most basic narratives that I ever heard
Kyrie
on Flight
Irving?
Sports TV.
You talking about miniature
Because-
Black Moses?
Because-
Come on, man.
What I'm
Because-
saying, it's gonna be
Y'all are
tough to beat
ridiculous,
them in the
man.
7 game
And you-
series.
and
Kyrie
Ben
Irving, you
Simmons is a
talking about
defensive
miniature
genius.
Black Moses?
Hold on,
Ben
hold on,
Simmons
guys.
is a defensive
guy?
genius.
Who the
Yeah.
hell is Black Moses?
Did he forget how to play defense?
Let me share this real quick. If according to Ray analysis with the Chicago Bulls, then you must say that the Memphis Grizzlies have just a much of a chance to win a championship than Chicago because they have a better record and they're in a tougher conference.
But do they have a tougher pathway? Who got a tougher pathway?
What happens
Chicago.
when Ben Simmons gets on DeMar DeRozan?
Hold on. Wait a minute.
What happened when Ben Simmons locked down DeMar
Hold on,
DeRozan?
Chicago.
Answer to that.
Hold on. Let's read this right here. The Nets have to play. Damn, never mind.
No, go to the what you name, Ray. I'm gonna tell you where to go.
What the?
I'm gonna
dumb
send
shit
Ray
you
to
about
go.
play.
Go. No, look, Ray. Go to
I was gonna say this.
No, Ray. I'm gonna tell you where to go.
This
Listen, let me give you some insight, Ray. Hold on, guys. Ray,
Right.
go to the NBA TV app, right? And then when you look at the power rankings, and then you scroll up there should tell you about the strength of schedule. And look at the strength of schedule, who got the easiest and who got the hardest, and then try to come up with something from that.
Well, that won't work because they feel like Chicago was trash anyways.
Right.
And they got the hardest schedule coming up, right?
But the
I don't
that
feel
ain't
like
gonna
they're
work.
trash. I just think
Okay, I
we got to
mean,
be realistic about who they are. And the
Right, but
Exactly.
that's
That's all I'm saying.
I'm
I
saying
like
they gotta
Chicago.
do it.
I wear Chicago gear.
No,
All
no,
I'm saying. I bought their merch.
I'm saying the media always presents like Chicago ain't nothing. So of course,
No,
they're
I ain't
gonna
talking
look
about the
at
media.
Chicago
This is numbers. This ain't got nothing to do with media. The
numbers.
strength of schedule, that's based on numbers.
Okay.
That's it. I mean, you can look it up and check it out. Like when you go to the power ranking, and then if you scroll up, you'll see all the strength of schedules and things of that nature.
Let me see. I'm typing up.
Hey, it's 24 games left.
The media ain't worried about nothing but the Lakers and the Cowboys. That's all they.
And 15 of those 24 games or 23
Wrong
games
Brady.
are against playoff contenders, right?
That's when you. This is when you start. You gearing up for that season.
But listen, up to this point, Chicago has been underwhelming against playoff contenders.
Dex, you know they know that. They know that.
So the leopard gonna change his stripe or spots?
They're gonna have to. These are pros.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? These are pros.
All right.
Tom Brady
Okay.
and them got their ass beat by the Saints twice, blown out. But when it counted, they won. These are pros. You make adjustments.
But okay, they won against the Saints. That's one team. But
Right.
were they winning against other top tier
after getting
teams?
blown out twice.
Yes.
Regular season.
I know, but we know, like you say, it's hard to beat the team 3 times in a row. But
It is.
when you use that analogy, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were beating other quality teams throughout that year. That's why they was favored.
No, they got hot at the end of the season. The last 5 weeks of the season, they got hot.
They was
started getting
favored to
hot
win the
at the
Super
right
Bowl
time. They were
when Tom Brady
75.
went over there. Hey, you're not being honest now. Come on now.
They were 75 after 12 games.
Listen,
They got hot.
the
at the
Tampa
right
Bay
time.
Buccaneers was favored to win the Super Bowl when Tom Brady went over there. Yes or no?
Nah, Green Bay was favored.
Oh, Green Bay wasn't favored. Tampa Bay was favored.
Green Bay was favored, man. They was 14-2.
All right, go check it. I'm not talking about the season. I'm talking about when Tom Brady left New England, went to Tampa Bay, they was crowned as the favorite to win the Super Bowl. I'm not talking about what happened during the season.
Nah, I don't think they were favored.
All right, go check. Let's go check.
Either way, I think the East is going to come down to Brooklyn versus Philly. You got to add Milwaukee. You got to say Milwaukee's going to be in that mix, but the way
You know what?
Joel's playing right now,
It could be a possibility then that Milwaukee and Cleveland can cancel each other out. What you think about that?
I don't think. Well, Mobley's good, but he ain't that good yet. So it's hard to say. If you don't have a front court presence, Giannis frightens the hell out of me. So that's why I'm like, you really need to have a front court presence, and that's where Brooklyn is weak. But at the same time, they got some help, and they don't necessarily suffer from scoring. So
you gonna put Ben on Giannis?
I think he's gonna have to. He's gonna have to play Giannis. He's gonna have to play Harden to shut him down, and he's gonna have to play DeMar DeRozan to shut him down, as well as Jimmy Butler.
So you think Kevin Durant is gonna pull him to the side, say, "Don't worry about nothing, just play defense," basically?
Yeah, be Dennis Rodman, get in the dunker spot, play defense and rebound. Especially since he's just getting there. That's what he's good at anyway. Why would you want him to shoot?
You right about that one.
I mean, like they said, Dennis Rodman just walked across the NBA 75 stage. You can't shoot a bit.
I mean, Dennis Rodman can score if he really wanted to. You know what I'm saying? Because he was a scorer. He just turned into a ferocious defender with Detroit.
Early in his career, he could play a little offense. It seemed like once he found his rebounding skills, he was like,
man, the dude was getting 40 rebounds in the game, man.
I could eat.
He was ridiculous, bro.
Who was getting 40 rebounds?
Dennis Rodman.
Oh, yeah.
What is wrong with my damn thing? No connection.
The dude was grabbing 40 rebounds in a game, man. He was unreal, bro.
That's a
A1,
steal.
I want to
see
ask you this, A1. Who you haven't said who you want to win the championship or who you going for?
I'm still recovering from Lakers. I'm always
So
gonna-
you don't got no dog in the fight?
I ain't got no dog in the fight. You know I'm a Lonzo
Okay.
guy, so I'm gonna have a dog in the fight with him. But other than that, I'm Lakers. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just I'm out in fucking Neverland right now.
Oh, well, we mutual on that one.
Right. The Lakers is finished. I know they wish they had
I
lines.
sure hate the way you said that.
I don't know how to get out this
You
shit.
know what? I'm hoping we trade LeBron for some assets from
They're in
Cleveland.
a world full of shit.
Oh, LeBron ain't
It's
going nowhere.
going
You can
around.
forget that.
Give us Evan Mobley.
LeBron ain't going nowhere. LeBron
Hey,
is
bro, let me know
Mobley
what you
for
think
LeBron.
about this.
That's
Let me know what you
absolutely-
think about this proposal.
You gotta understand what
Hold up,
LeBron
hold up,
brings.
Hold up. Let me ask this.
Oh, go ahead.
LeBron to the Clippers. What do you think?
No.
He
No.
stays in
Lakers
LA.
not giving up that. Listen, you know that's a hog's podge. Listen, Laker is not giving up that leprechaun. LeBron is a
For
leprechaun of the
Kawhi,
NBA right now.
Give us Kawhi.
No,
That's what
Kawhi
I'm
ain't moving the
saying.
needle like that.
That's what I'm saying. Kawhi and PG?
He's street clothes too. Kawhi street clothes too.
Yeah, street clothes is Kawhi play with the F he want to play. We can slow on some. Kawhi play when the fuck he want to play. Let's put it there.
Exactly. Listen, nobody is moving the pendulum of money like LeBron. So why would the Lakers give up that bar goal?
We got to give up something, man. We got to give up AD and LeBron. It's fact.
Man, they're gonna let LeBron play until he on his average 2 points a game.
Well, we gotta
as
give
long
up
as people
AD.
watching.
Watch LeBron give up AD. We
No,
got
they-
to bring
they-
in Bradley Beal. We got to bring in somebody.
A1, AD and LeBron are both from the same agency. So he's not doing his boy like
You
that.
realize we're going to be stuck on stupid for the next 3 years, bro.
Yeah, because
Listen.
AD got that injury
It's
problem.
on.
It ain't going away.
I understand the Lakers are fragile right now, and their future looks very bleak. I was arguing with one of my homeboys who's an avid Laker fan. You follow what I'm saying? And he's talking the same talk about trading AD and all that. And I'm like, dude, those guys are not going anywhere. Lakers would trade everything else around them and keep them two together.
No, we
Because
already did.
LeBron,
Bro, we went down the rabbit hole when we traded.
LeBron is a gold mine. Lakers are
AD.
making so much money hand over fist. It's ridiculous, man. Because people want to see LeBron win. People want to see LeBron fail. He's basically the only figure in the NBA that's like that. That's
Let me
so
ask y'all.
controversial.
Let me ask y'all this
I feel
question.
you on that, though.
All right, let me ask y'all this question and give me an honest answer. If we still had Bi, Josh Hart, not Jordan Farmer, Clarkson, Zoe, Zubac, with LeBron, what place would we be in right now?
Shit.
With LeBron with
That
no
might be
AD?
a little higher.
Julius Randle.
Hey,
Everybody at their stage where they're playing right now, that team
AD would have
melted
been there.
together. Where would
You
we
still
be
got
right
AD.
now? We'd be competing for a fucking championship, bro.
But
We'd be third or
A1,
fourth.
you still got AD though. AD is coming, right?
AD's coming, for free. Not for
Yeah,
free,
for free.
but without
Yeah, for
without
free.
all the
Yeah, for
fucking
free.
bullshit.
That's right, for free. You're right. So hell, they probably they wouldn't have won that bubble championship, right? They
Wow.
wouldn't have won that, but they would have had a nice run in the bubble. They probably wouldn't have won, but they damn sure would have won last year.
And for the next 5 years, we in the hunt.
So if Lonzo was there, would there be a better situation with the young core or with this shit?
And
Said I don't repeat that
LeBron
question
With the
again.
young core, what's
LeBron
better,
right
the
now,
young
the way
core
he's
or
playing
what y'all
with that
got
young
right
core,
now?
Come on, bro.
Oh, young core, you always win with young. Listen, we already know the Lakers is a cemetery right now, right? They're a cemetery, and when they do wake up, they got orthopedic shoes on. That's why they're getting whipped. We understand that part right there. But only thing I'm saying is that if the Lakers didn't trade their young core and waited that 1 year, LeBron had a little more patience, they would have made a nice run in the playoffs. They might not have won, right? They might not have won that year. That was a bubble year. But they definitely would have won last year, and they've been winning on from that point on. They had at least a 4 in a row in them if they would have kept that young core with AD coming for free. That's what I believe.
I agree.
Don't forget Brooke Lopez, too. Look, Brooke Lopez would have been there. Listen, I mean, this is who they had. Brooke Lopez, JaVale McGee. Then when they had Dwight Howard. Who was that other guy? Zubac. Man, they had a front court that was out of this world.
Yep.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Larry Nance, Julius Randle, B.I., Jordan Clark.
Well, Larry Nance was already gone. They was already gone. Remember, they got traded away for Isaiah Thomas and some other crap that came over to the Lakers. Remember, they left first. There was that first wave that leave.
Yeah, well, I mean, shit, like, man, listen, when Lonzo get back, they're gonna push this team back to the next level. Bro. That's all I can.
I think all three of them coming back at the same time.
That should be crazy.
Patrick Williams, Caruso, and Zoe. They all on the same timeline, I think.
Yeah,
Well, Zoe should be coming back in mid-March.
Yeah.
It was mid to late.
That's what, about 2.5 weeks? Now, I don't know about Caruso, though. I think Caruso's a little, if he do return, it's going to be very near.
He was 6 to 8 weeks as well.
I thought his was extended.
I don't know if
look
he
that
was
up.
extended. I didn't hear it.
Okay. Let me see. I thought he might have been a little bit out further. But nevertheless, Lonzo should be back in a couple of weeks, though.
Yeah, it's still. I don't know. They said he was gonna be coming back late, but I mean, whatever it is, man, it's gonna be good.
Yeah, no, he'd be all right. But the thing of it is that this is what I'm concerned with Lonzo right here. When Lonzo come back, is he gonna come back fragile, or is he gonna come back tough? That's the question I have.
It's a matter of how is he looking at these games, Dex? You're right. How is he looking? Is he looking at it as clapping his hands or looking at it as fuck that? How is he looking at these games? Is he clapping his hands like, come on, guys? Or he's like, man, fuck that shit. Like,
right. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm concerned at, because we done seen Lonzo far too often have a first half 15, 16, 17, 18 points, 19 points first half, and then the second half, he's in the bushes like Allie wishes. He surrendered his game at some times to inferior talent. Now, I'm not calling DeRozan and Zach inferior talent, but a lot of those other guys at that moment, that even Vooch was inferior talent. Now, Vooch done took his game to the next level. You follow what I'm saying? Playing against a lot of these cheesecakes. So if he continue that, then it's cool. But Lonzo, now listen, man, we all know the story. We know the inconsistencies in the second half. You follow what I'm saying? And him detaching himself from moments of the game where, to me, is crucial. To him, it's probably not crucial, but to me, I feel it's crucial because some of those moments can turn the tides of a game if you have a quick layup or get a free throw that his team rest, allow Billy not to call a timeout, because a free throw is basically a timeout, right? Everybody's at rest, everybody's at standstill. Somebody mic is killing. Everybody's at rest, at a standstill. You can talk to the team. Billy can yell out numbers that equate to certain type of plays or defensive sets or offensive sets and things of that nature without having to call a timeout. That is valuable, and that's part of being elite point guard, because that's part of coaching, because the point guard is an extension of the coach on the floor. And if he doesn't go to the rack and get fouled, or go to the rack to show up the defense to, like, okay, you guys can't just spread out on DeMar. You can't just spread out on DeRozan, because if you do that, now the middle is thin, and I'm going to attack the middle. And by him having a 6'6" frame, 6'7" frame, that's easy for him to get a nice layup or even a dunk. You feel me? And the crowd can go wow, especially whenever Lonzo do anything on the court. You've seen the Bull crowd go wow. You follow what I'm saying? The same with Ayo Dosunmu. So when you have that type of dynamic, you have to play that to the best of your ability and not surrender and become non-avoid and non-impactful in the second half of ball games, thinking that DeRozan and Levine is going to carry you through. And I don't care if they told him that, okay, Lonzo, you good, you got your 19, time for us to get ours. I don't care if they told him that type of shit. And I know they have. No, you got 80 million, you play to the 80 million. You follow what I'm saying? And whatever they get paid, they play to whatever they get paid on how the game dictates that. And a point guard is one of the ones who controls the flow, the ebbs and flow of each and every game, night in and night out. So when he comes back, I hope he just take that Chris Paul mentality and just go.
Yeah, man, good point. Shout out to Scott. He said Zoe not going to do anything. Okay, you lying. Shout out Congo. He said, what part of me? He said Congo about to eat with John Collins out in Atlanta with Gory John. Okay. Shit, I don't know about that. Shit, it's wild. We're going to find out, man. There's a lot of trickiness going on in the game. Aside, what's the deal? Yeah, shout out Zen, too.
What's good, panel? What's good, G?
What's good, man? What's your thoughts, man, on some of these topics, man? Let's talk basketball.
Yeah, man. That would be nice to see that whole group come back. Caruso, Zoe, and Patrick Williams. I'm really curious to see how Patrick Williams is going to come back, and because they're going to be very crucial to their success in the playoffs, man. Seriously, man. I'm just ready to see him play, man. I haven't really seen him play a lot, but he's a good talent, man. For sure.
I agree with you, man. No, that'll be interesting to see if those dudes did come back. But Lonzo Ball, man, we was discussing before you came. We was just saying Lonzo Ball's a golden opportunity here. Lonzo Ball could very well be playing in the NBA Finals. You know, do you feel like the Bulls are going to get to the conference finals? And if not, tell me how this season ends for Chicago. Lonzo Ball and the Chicago Bulls. Tell me how it's going to end.
Great question. Man, the Eastern Conference is tough, man. The Eastern Conference is tough, man. I mean, you got the Bucks, you got Miami, you got the Nets, you got Philly, you got Cleveland. It's gonna be tough, man. I don't know, man. Everybody's just gonna have to play together, man. Like, can't be a lot of mistakes happening of course, but you know what I mean? They gotta play together, team ball. Big things for a series like the Bucks or against the 76ers, they somebody got to contain Embiid, man. I don't know if, as we know, the Bulls don't really have that big play to stop them defensively. That itself is going to be a problem for those teams, man. It'll be tough, man. I just don't know how they're going to close it out, man, against like Embiid or Giannis, guys like that.
I don't know if Chicago has enough three-point shooting to get around those bigs.
Yeah,
that's one thing.
Sure,
that's one way you could overcome it is if you have enough three-point shooting.
For sure.
I don't know. I do miss Caruso.
How much shooting you need?
A lot. To get around Embiid's efficiency, I mean, Embiid's shooting, 60% from the floor, something like that?
Right, yeah, you got a point.
Then they just added Harden, like that tandem, and then that he could easily kick it out to their four that they had, the four players that they gonna have out there, bro. Because I'm pretty sure they whole star lineup can knock down shots, man. That's gonna be crazy to see, man. I'm ready to see it, man. He can kick it out to Tobias for the three. See, that's why they should have. I think they still should have kept Seth Curry though, man. He was real valuable in their team, man.
Okay, how about a different exercise? If the playoffs were held tomorrow, who would win? Given health as it is right now, who would win?
Oh man. Well, they was talking about New York possibly they could their mayor could lift that the Jazz their mandate, the Jazz mandate. So
I'm saying no. As is right now.
Oh, as is, right? Oh man, okay. I have to go with either with Philly or Milwaukee. Personally, I have to go with them two.
All right. And on the West?
Because if you saying it like that, they gotta first keep on playing to the up part set to get to have them advance. They ain't back yet, so that'll be troubling, man. If the playoffs started, tomorrow.
And on the West?
On the West, I got either the Warriors or believe it or not, Golden State or Memphis. Actually, Golden State or Memphis. Because Memphis
You high on Memphis?
Yeah, Memphis is deep, man. Them boys deep, man. Desmond Bain and those guys, Jaren Jackson, Ja. Hey, man, that team ain't no hope, man. That's a good team, man. They could be a sleeper. How like you remember how Denver was in the bubble, and Denver wasn't even that deep like that. Like they had good players and players that knew their role and did good to their strengths. Memphis is deep, man.
Denver's gonna be the sleeper in the West if
For sure.
health is a factor. If health is not a factor, Denver's gonna be a factor. But as is right now, no, they're not a threat. I say Phoenix and Golden State in the West, and
oh yeah, Phoenix in the mix too. Yeah, I'm sure.
Shout out Juju. Damn, you still ain't get that money?
if I had to choose the East right now, I would say Milwaukee.
We got to stop gambling if we can't pay the money.
Milwaukee and Miami.
Miami. Yeah, they're a great defensive team, man. I like Miami too. Yeah, for sure.
Who you got, Flight, if it was held today?
Like, what do you mean? Like, oh, you saying like if it started today?
Like, well, I'm asking Flight to answer the question now. So, if Flight, if the
I'm here. What you saying? What was the question?
If the playoffs were held today, who would you have winning the playoffs as held, or who would be your Final Four, and or who would you have winning?
You know what, man? I guess the Bulls. I'm gonna say the Bulls and possibly Brooklyn, and then of course Phoenix and maybe Golden State.
You think Brooklyn as is right now?
I think the champion could definitely be coming out the East, though.
Okay. I think Brooklyn has something to prove, but it's not unreasonable that given the roster construction that they could win. I just think they have something to prove.
Yeah, quit.
And they just added Aaron Gordon. That's crazy. I mean, not Aaron Gordon, but Goran Dragic. Man, that's crazy.
Quiz. Ask Quiz that question. That was a good question.
Flight, fam. Back like I left something.
Did you get a Quiz?
Ask him the same question you asked me.
Joe was asking questions about the East?
No, the question was, if the playoffs were held today, exactly as things are right now, who do you have going to the last four? Who do you got winning?
All right. Who would be the last four? So the championship games and who's winning. That's actually really a good question, man. It's kind of tough to call, too. I think that, right now, first off, the Suns have played the most consistent basketball in the West. Like, the Suns, people sleep on them every year, but I'd find it hard. I'd be hard pressed not to see them in the championships in the West.
Okay, but as of today, Chris Paul's out.
Oh, is he?
He's injured.
Yeah, it's somebody's thumb or something like that.
When is he coming back? He's not gonna. He shouldn't be out for that long. He was playing before the All-Star break. So what's the timetable?
Don't know exactly.
I don't think he'll be out for very long. I'm still going to pick the Suns. I think that if the playoffs are starting, I'm assuming that, because think about it. If we're saying that's the case, you have a Nets team that don't have a bunch of those dudes over there too.
That's
I mean,
the point
like,
of the exercise. That's
yeah.
exactly the
I mean,
point.
I think that's a good exercise. If you're saying like as is right now as we speak, because I was gonna say, especially in the East is tough because I need to see more basketball in the East. Because one, the Nets, the new look Nets, have not been on the court together, and I do not have faith in Steve Nash's coaching. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Tell it.
And Steve Nash came out of systems that didn't play no defense. So even with the defensive personnel that they have, I'm questioning his ability to coach defense. 1, 2, I'm also questioning. There's a lot of things I'm questioning with the Nets, to be honest with you. But I got to see them on the court together. The potential got to be, it can't be a paper. I'm not giving out paper championships. I don't do that.
Right.
So to me in the East, still right now, I mean, the toughest teams in the East as far as like, but we know what these teams are going to do. You know that Giannis is the big problem. Yep. We still have questions about even James Harden playing with the Sixers, which seems good, but the Sixers gave up all of their depth. So
very much so.
They gave up all of their depth.
When they run into the Nets in the playoffs, Harden's going to get locked down by Simmons.
I mean, I don't even think. Listen, I'm gonna be real with you. I hear people
That's gonna
say
be a
something
great matchup, man. I can't wait, man.
It is gonna be a good one, but I don't kind of play that game. I respect your opinion or whatever, but sure. I don't like in the modern NBA. Nobody really locks up anybody because they switch. All NBA now switch. So, Ben Simmons could defend multiple positions. No, it's true. They switch in the NBA
that's a
now.
fact, bro. But I think he'll probably go over top the screen, man. If it was a screen or something like that, I don't think he's having no switches. Listen, if the Nets are smart,
Harden's
they're
an
not gonna
ISO
have.
guy too.
No disrespect, because I do think that Simmons will probably cover him a majority of the game. I mean, that's what they want to do idealistically. You know what I mean? But I don't really just see it as just being a one person game anymore. Like they switch too much in the NBA.
I mean, go under the screen. My bad, not over the screen.
But forget about James Harden. The issue with the Nets playing the Sixers is Joel Embiid. I mean, the Nets still.
Yep.
The Nets aren't a good defensive team. Let's keep it a buck. You know what I mean? Like Drummond is not going to stop Embiid. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and that's the only interior defender that you really have. You know that KD ain't going to stop Embiid. So I think that that's why I need to see the Sixers, because we still don't know. I don't think that, and remember that James Harden has never been good enough to carry his team on his own. Mm-mm. So, you know what I mean? Like his track record is shoddy. But I still think the Sixers. I think the East is kind of up for air because the Celtics are playing better now.
Yeah, they are.
The Heat are a defensive team, so you know that they'll give anybody a run for their money. Even though some people will talk about the Hawks, I don't believe in their brand of basketball as being championship winning basketball. I think that Trae Young needs the ball in his hands too much, and he just shoots from anywhere. So I don't know if that's necessarily winning basketball. So right now in the East, I'd have to say, as crazy as it seems, I'd have to go for the Bucks coming out of the East, because you know what they're bringing to the table, you know what you have to do, and you know who you got to stop.
I tend to agree.
And the question is, can you do it? Because I don't see nobody really doing that. Giannis seems to keep on getting better and better. Chris Middleton shows
man knocking down shots consistent, man. It's scary, bro. I've been telling niggas this, bro. Giannis was going to develop this shot. This man, bro, he's the modern day. He's a smaller Shaq, man. I keep telling niggas this with a shot, bro. And this nigga hit faders, and come on, man. This dude is hitting post faders, man. In critical moments in games, I've seen it, bro. It's crazy, bro.
Plus, there's another intangible. Like, I'm glad you're talking about, because there's another intangible with Giannis. Like, no knock on KD. I like him, but I think that Giannis is a better leader. He's a better team leader. Bro. He leads on the court by example. He puts it all out there on the line. I mean, people will follow him, and he's not on no soft bullshit. I think that KD struggles with being able to talk to people. I don't think that he really wants to be like a leader like that. You know what I mean? And that was the problem with the Nets last year. They thought that, just put us on the court and we're going to win. It doesn't happen that way, to be honest with you. So, like, I think the Nets in theory are nice, but we have to actually see them actually play some damn games. Let's just make sure we do that first, because Ben Simmons' trajectory in the playoffs is terrible. I remember I was a big Ben Simmons fan, man. One year in 2018, my man was hating on Ben Simmons, and he showed me something, and I had to agree with him because I was over here like my man Dex like putting money. I'm like, yeah, Ben Simmons is this and that. Ben Simmons is suspect in the playoffs, y'all. Like he's suspect in the playoffs.
This could be the turn of the tides because Ben Simmons has really no pressure on him.
I'd hope so. I'd hope it is. But
yeah, the pressure is on KD and Kyrie to deliver.
No, it is on them. It is on them. But what I'm saying is that Ben Simmons, and if you look at him in the playoffs, like his turnovers are up. He doesn't play good basketball in the playoffs, so not his best. So I hope he plays better than he's been playing.
But Quiz, this is gonna be the first time Ben Simmons will have Kyrie, one of the best at putting the ball in the buckets in the NBA, and Kevin Durant, who probably is the best at putting the ball in the bucket in the NBA.
Yeah, I said,
that's gonna be scary, bro.
I gotta see it. I'll believe it when I see it.
Hey man, he been working on that shot, man. I keep telling y'all.
Man, how many times you're gonna?
I seen him knock shots down, man.
Every year he do that. What's new? You want to see him shooting in the gym?
Man, but I think, bro. Honestly, bro, I think he's not gonna be as scared as he was in that Hawk series, like he was in that Hawk series, man. I think it's gonna be a different Ben, man. Out there, man.
Listen, all I'm saying is
this is the year Ben Simmons earned every penny of his money.
I've got no problem with anything any of you guys saying, but I'm just telling you guys, if you want to go back and take a look at some Ben Simmons stats in the playoffs, he's been getting worse.
It was horrific.
He's been getting worse each year. Last year it can't get no worse than that. He can't get no worse than that. The man was horrible in the last 4 games. I don't even think the dude shot in the fourth quarter.
No, yeah, you facts, bro. That whole series.
Now, I mean, like mid-season Ben Simmons when he's going coast to coast, and you know what I mean. I mean, he's not shooting the ball from the outside, but at least he takes the ball closer. Like I believe in Ben Simmons' game. I'm just saying that Ben Simmons, if you look at him in the playoffs, if you just take off all that stuff and look at him in the playoffs. Poor decision making, turnovers. Like he every year he's in the playoffs, man. He's playing his worst basketball. So I hope he can't play no worse than last year, Dex. So you know what I mean. Believe me, I like Ben. It's just like I got
fans, man. We all fans. He my favorite defender in the league personally.
And that's the thing I like about Ben.
Jay Williams.
That's what I like. That's what I like about Ben. And that's where I think that's why I think the Nets really do have the potential because Ben Simmons, they need that. Like the Sixers, the Nets got everything that they needed out of that trade. Me and Dex already spoke about this. I think that the Nets have the potential for sure. But my question is them actually being on the court, how it's going to work out with their new big three, and what type of defensive imprint and what type of coaching imprint that Steve Nash is bringing to the table.
Thanks.
Other than that,
let them
put together a few games to show me that they're real, and maybe I'll feel as confident as Dex.
Hey, just like Jay Williams was saying earlier, man, the most critical part in Ben Simmons' game, man, just like Jay Williams said, like it's his mental. That's gonna be the
between the ears.
Yeah, the clear indicator, man, is his mental, man. He just got to overcome that shooting fear, man. That's all it is. Just like Giannis. He overcame that. Oh, no, you go. My bad.
No. I thought you was go ahead, finish. You said like Giannis.
Yeah, like Giannis, like he overcame. We saw it last year. He was starting to overcome that, like in the start of the playoffs. Like he was starting to shoot this. He was starting to shoot like more comfortably, and like he airballed some in some series. And dude just kept on shooting, man. He was talking about he taking 30 seconds to shoot a free throw each free throw,
and he kept on doing it.
Facts, bro. Facts.
I love him for it.
Facts, but he's my favorite player, bro, for sure.
Yo, you notice that the Bucks paid absolutely zero attention to any of the people had criticism of them the whole playoffs. They did not give a rat's ass. My man stuck to his guns. They did what they did, and Giannis showed his ass.
Facts, man. And
But
then
see,
this year, the
this what I
dude.
appreciate about Ben Simmons is that he's been in the playoffs every year since 2018.
Yes, sir.
And most likely that trend will continue once he becomes acclimated with the Brooklyn Nets. And he has logged he have logged listen, his playoff minutes is average over 30 minutes. Way over 30 minutes. At least like 34 minutes he's averaging the playoff game. So this is not a moment I don't believe it's too big for Ben. I just think this new atmosphere being amongst two of the current greats and one of the 75 greats of all time playing with Ben Simmons and an easy target anywhere on the court. You follow what I'm saying? And then you have a Kyrie, another easy target anywhere on the court. And then if he played with any of the bench players, he has Patty Mills and he has Seth Curry, another easy target anywhere on the court. And if Joe Harris comes back, that's another big target anywhere on the court. So I believe that Ben Simmons logging all the minutes he have logged in since 2018, the moment will not be too big for him, and he can take a sigh of relief because the pressure is not on Ben to deliver.
The pressure is on him not to deliver, that he doesn't have to shoot because you got shooters around him. But remember that teams sag off of him. Listen, teams completely sag off of him offensively. It's literally like playing 5-on-4.
No, it's different. It's different.
Side. I mean, you're
different.
saying that. You're saying that. He hasn't shown that.
Listen to this dynamic because he hasn't stepped on the court with the Brooklyn Net jersey on as of yet. But when you look at this dynamic, right, you can sag off Ben playing with Joel Embiid and sit in Joel Embiid's lap.
Right.
But the Brooklyn Nets doesn't have that type of force coming from the middle.
That.
Yeah, you see where I'm getting at now.
No, I see where you're getting at.
So what you gonna do? You gonna sit on Nick Claxton's lap? You gonna sit on Andre Drummond's lap? Of course not.
Makes it easier. It just makes it easier for you to confidently go and double somebody else if you feel like they're getting too hot, because you know Ben ain't shooting. Now if Ben,
who you gonna double Kyrie? Okay, hold on. Listen.
Ben
Slow down.
Driving to the paint,
please.
Go ahead.
Let's chop it up. Who you gonna double Kyrie or you gonna double Durant?
Depends on who's cooking. Depends
one
on
of them is going. But listen, if one of them is cooking and if they double, then the other one are going to start cooking.
I mean, you know, like I said, man.
Seth Curry, Patty Mills.
In the game, you'll see what's happening. You got to play up.
No, but I'm asking you from a basketball mindset, because I want you to put on your coaching hat right now, because this is how I see it. I think this is one of the greatest things that ever happened to Brooklyn since Jay-Z.
So you do know that it's going to be dependent on the matchups. For example, a team like the Heat, who has tons of defenders, they're not tripping off any of that.
No. The Heat defenders cannot guard none of them guys one-on-one.
I don't know now. PJ Tucker was holding his own last year in that series, man. That man
Against
was pesting. He was pesting KD, man. That man was smothering.
Did you see KD numbers? Are you gonna really fight that?
You're not gonna stop. You're not gonna
just like
you're
LeBron.
Not gonna stop
Why do you
any
think
particular person?
KD was a toenail away from sending them home. Are you really going to say that?
He wasn't a toenail away from sending them home.
By himself.
He was 0 for 6 in the overtime. Isn't that games? Isn't that
no? If he would have hit that 3-pointer, it was a wrap. It was over.
And if Brooke Lopez would have done a boneheaded play, that wouldn't have been in that situation. So if it was a stiff,
I'm just saying though. But he hit the shot, Quiz. Yes or no? He hit that shot.
He took him to OT, and then you ended up having to deal with the fact that you played this man the entire game.
And then he had another shot, but he airballed it.
The man was 0 for 6 in the overtime when the game was.
Listen, the man was exhausted.
You can say
KD was exhausted.
Don't talk about this guy being clutch. It's no more clutch than overtime. It don't get no more clutch than that.
Listen, KD was exhausted. His attrition failed him. Yes, his attrition failed him.
He was great for the 48 minutes until they got to overtime when he shot.
That happens sometimes.
He missed 6 shots in overtime. He shot more than anybody else.
That happens sometimes.
Hey, these players
human. It was nobody else. It was nobody else to shoot though, right?
Hey man,
who else going to shoot? Harden was playing with half a hamstring, not one hamstring. Not 2 hamstring, not 1.5 hamstring, a half of hamstring.
He was knocking out 44 minutes with them.
Because he was a decoy.
He was on the court, that's for sure.
He was a decoy. Everybody knew he was a
Listen,
decoy.
man, here's the deal.
If they sat him down, if they was to set him down, then it would have been over for Brooklyn.
You want another hypothetical? If KD was going to go 0 for 6, how about go 0 for 3 and let Harden take those other 3 shots then? All y'all needed was a bucket.
KD was exhausted, dude.
Right. See, this is the thing.
That happens sometimes.
We want to play these hypothetical games. Then
but you know that happens. Come on, Quiz.
Yeah,
that happens sometimes.
It does happen. It happens, in overtime. Like if you're playing a game of 21, right? All right, me and you are playing 21, right? You got to break ice. Don't tell me you exhausted when it's time to break ice. Because I'm going to win. You know what I mean? Like how Herm Edwards say, we play to win the game, right?
Basically, KD played 53 minutes that game.
Listen, KD, check it out. This is what I want you to do, right? Next time, right? Now that you've had this experience, now that you know, stop sitting out there with your toe on a damn line and go close to the damn basket. You 7 feet. Dunk the damn ball, my G.
That's a lot of minutes, though.
It is. You cut yourself a lot. You cut yourself a lot of hassle when you play high percentage basketball, though. People forget that. One of the reasons why Giannis is so valuable because Giannis is going to go to the hole.
Let me share with what's his name? Assad. Okay, since PJ was guarding Kevin Durant, he had 29, 32, 30, 28, 49, 32, 48.
Right. Yeah. PJ wasn't stopping much. Right?
But the same thing goes for Iguodala in that series who won MVP.
Listen, he made him. Listen, check it out though, Dex. He made it. He did a great job of defense in that overtime, though. He did a great job of defense in that overtime.
Listen, his exhaustion defended KD. KD was self-checked because he didn't have nothing left in the tank. I'm telling you.
Man, he shot that air ball. I was like, man, KD, that was your moment.
That right there let me know that he was done. And I knew that Brooklyn was over for Brooklyn when he shot that air ball. He didn't even have enough strength to get the ball up.
D'd up by Holiday.
Well, come on. Holiday can't guard him because he's 7 foot.
Guard him when anybody can guard somebody when they're missing a shot. When they hit the shot, it looks good. Right?
Exactly. Okay,
if I'm gonna miss the shot, you know what I mean? Like your stats gonna look great. You can talk about
right.
You can poke your chest out
on that. Exactly.
That's what I love about basketball anyway.
Listen, KD was doing his thing. It was unfortunate that Brooklyn came in that series limping. You feel me? It was Harden wasn't even supposed to play, but he had to play.
And Harden wasn't terrible.
Kyrie.
Let's stop making like Harden was. Harden wasn't terrible for a dude with a half a hamstring.
I know he wasn't. That's why I be trying to tell people. They be saying Harden's washed. I don't think so.
I don't think
he's
so.
Washed. I just think he was just frustrated playing with Brooklyn because this is what I heard from somebody close to his family, that Kevin Durant wouldn't speak up. He wouldn't speak up on Kyrie bullshit.
Leadership.
And so Harden told management he want out. They ignored him. They ignored him at first. You follow what I'm saying? Until they got that phone call from Durham Morley. When they got that phone call from Durham Morley, that's when they knew they were serious. So it basically took like a month and a half to get the deal done, but it got done. And now you see Kevin Durant and Harden don't even talk to each other anymore.
Yeah, you saw that. You saw the way KD was snuffing him out of the All-Star draft.
Yeah, because Harden called him out. He called him out. He did the same thing that was it Russell Westbrook or was it Reggie Jackson? It was somebody that called Kevin Durant out on OKC about his leadership. Was it Reggie Jackson?
KD is not a leader like that though. We gotta keep it real. Like he is not the dude for that. He's just a dude on the court. He's not a dude who's gonna go and speak up and things of this nature. He's a dude who's like, I'm gonna play my game, you play your game, let's show up, let's be professionals.
Yeah, I guess so.
There's a lot of dynamics to basketball. It ain't just one thing. Oh, hold on, these people are here. I didn't even realize this dude was here. I got somebody at my door.
You
Give me a
good?
second, fellas.
Oh, okay.
Aside was good.
What's good? What's good, Flight? Hey, yo, my bad, Dex, man. I didn't hear what y'all was saying. Yeah, my mic was
We were just
tripping.
basically talking about Kevin Durant lack of leadership and how it frustrated James Harden, and he basically forced his way up out of there, and nobody held him back. They was like, okay, you want to leave, leave.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And I don't think James Harden is washed. I think James Harden still have a lot in the tank. Of course, he might not be that scoring machine where they was comparing him as far as statistical wise to a Wilt Chamberlain and his dominance because the rules have changed in the NBA. So it slowed down a whole lot of people that was driving to the cup and shooting those shots where they were sticking out their legs and things of that nature. You're not getting those calls, you know. So that slowed down his offense to, a little bit. But now he's over there with James. Now he's over there with Joel Embiid. I believe that James Harden will show up again and be the fear of the beard. You know what I mean? But my thing is the Brooklyn Nets. I just believe the Brooklyn Nets with a Ben Simmons not having to worry about being the number two guy and holding down the fort for a team where he just can come in. It's almost like a Lonzo Ball situation, basically. He just can come in, do his job, get his paycheck, and go home.
yep.
Because he's going to have two dynamic scorers on the court with him, and he got some bench play. So, like Lonzo, you don't have to come in and try to be all this and be all that. Just come in, do your job, go home, get your check, and we keep winning. And I believe Brooklyn is finna turn it up a notch. I just have that feeling.
Yeah, Brooklyn undeniably got the best bench in the league, man. Have y'all just took a look, just
Thank you.
just take a glance at that bench, man. That bench is bonkers, bro. Every player
Dude.
on that bench, it's like two players that hasn't been like an all-star. Every player on that team has been an all-star or all NBA player before, bro. This is crazy, bro.
Dude, that team is so freaking deep. And not only are they deep, they
I'm
got
telling
good
you.
players in good positions. Just
Facts.
imagine this. Just imagine this right here. Kyrie goes to the bench, right? You bring in Patty Mills, you bring in Seth Curry, Ben Simmons, Andre Drummond,
Women.
and Kevin Durant. Who you gonna double? You can't double nobody with that type of pinpoint accuracy scoring. I don't care if Ben is out there. Who you gonna double? Because Patty Mills can throw the ball, Seth can throw the ball, Kevin Durant can throw the ball, right? So if they get doubled, they can whip it across the court to Patty, Seth, and that's a bucket. And if
We'll see.
Kyrie's out there, if Ben goes to the bench and Kyrie's out there, what you gonna listen, man? I can see it. Steve Nash don't have to do nothing but wake up, wash his face, blow his nose, and show up to the game and just sub out who's ever tired. It's almost like that Luke Walton, right? Situation with Golden State. What coaching you got to do when you
Yep.
got when you got a team like that, and you got role players don't mind being role players. Patty Mills don't mind being Patty Mills on that team. Seth Curry don't mind being Seth Curry on that team. Andre Drummond don't mind being Andre Drummond on that team. So you got quality players that can start on other teams, don't mind being playing a role and getting their shots when necessary. Because they're already groomed for that. They're not going to be fighting Kyrie for the ball. They're not going to be fighting Durant for the ball. You follow what I'm saying? I just see something with this Brooklyn team that frightens me. Like I seen something with that Cleveland Cavalier team that frightened me, and I was right about Cleveland Cavalier because they came from the bottom and went all the way up to number 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, here's
I'm
the
seeing
thing.
some
Hey,
similarities.
hey,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
hey, Dex. Have you? I know you done looked at that team roster, man. Like real talk, man. What was your first reaction when you realized all the players that they had to contributing to them like making a deep them possibly winning it all.
You talking about Brooklyn,
Because they was already favorites. Yeah, Brooklyn. Because they was already favorites before the trade and all that. This trade just further them like.
It made it better. It made them better. Like, it fixed up all the problems.
Yeah, for sure.
Listen, I didn't even mention, and shame on me, because I would be remiss if I didn't mention Cameron Thomas, the reigning Summer League MVP. How shame of you, Dexter, not mention that young man. Do you see what he brings out on that court when he gets out there? The kid is awesome.
I'll tell you the reason why you didn't mention him. Because he's been on the court all year long and ain't been doing shit.
No, he's been holding up. He's been holding up.
1 to 2. That's the thing.
Was in a doghouse.
Everybody talks about dudes when they see them play one decent game. That dude's
he was in a doghouse.
This dude's played about 3 good games this year. I picked him up.
Hey, he's been having a couple of good games though.
I seen Cam Thompson. I like the
Quiz.
Dude.
He was in a doghouse. Quiz, come on now.
I like the dude. He was playing. He played. Him and the other kid, the Kessler kid. Y'all got a Kessler Edwards dude over there too.
Yeah, Kessler Edwards.
They've had minutes. I've watched them. Remember, there was a time earlier, Dex. I'm gonna remind you of this. There was a time earlier when they didn't have anybody because they was going through the pandemic and stuff like that.
They played the Bulls. Yeah, they played the Bulls. Like
remember what I said. Remember, I said I liked what the Nets were doing when they were playing all these random people nobody knew because these dudes was actually getting minutes. These are the dudes I was talking about. Same dudes you're talking about right now.
Yeah, but listen, Joe Harris, he's kind of a disappointment because it don't seem like he's getting better. He's got.
Well, he's injured. That's not his fault. Yeah. He's injured.
But he's got to do a second surgery.
I mean, it happens, man. It's basketball. It's part of the game.
So we don't know if Joe Harris is going to be, Joe Harris. I don't know what's going on with him.
But they've covered the Joe Harris thing. I mean, they have outside shooting.
Right. They got Steph Curry and Patty Mills.
Curry over there, and to be honest with you, Steph Curry is better than Joe Harris and Patty Mills because he can actually put the ball on the floor a little bit. And he's a better defender than both of those dudes. And if Joe Harris comes back, it's the same thing. That's what I see. What you see as far as hypothetically all of this stuff working. The Nets have plenty of outside shooting. There should be plenty of open shots, even if one or two of them dudes is having a cold game.
That's right.
I mean? Like they have a complete basketball team. This is better. This team is better than that bullshit super team that they were trying to put together anyway.
Thank you. That's all I've been saying.
And that's all I've been saying. Because we've already had this conversation. Other guys on here don't know. We've already had this conversation. I think that the Nets fleeced the Sixers. Because the Sixers have no depth anymore.
Yeah, they robbed them, man.
They gave up way too much. They should have given up either Drummond or Seth. They shouldn't have given up both. They played themselves. That was so stupid. Plus, they got 2 first-round draft picks out of that deal, too.
Yep. Well, I don't think the draft pick is going to really mount up to much unless they package it with a trade or something. Because
one of them is for 2027. So I think maybe that was just thinking like, all right, well, we'll give you one, and then you know what I mean. And like you said,
because the Sixers is going to be pretty good.
But the thing is that Dex, you and I both know it still creates leverage for the Nets. I mean, they could pick up a dude, trade him to somebody else who really wants him, and get something in exchange. You know what I mean? They still have assets, unlike the Lakers.
Right. But the thing of it is that I just see something in this Brooklyn team. When you look at that roster, you follow what I'm saying? They just have good quality backup players. Like for instance, James Johnson. Okay, James Johnson, the old man. He's been around for a while and things of that nature. When he went over to the Pelicans, they played. James Johnson thought he was the second coming. You follow what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He was over at the Pelicans just running amok, shooting up everything and all that because he didn't have a defined situation, a role. Well, over here in Brooklyn, he's not even doing that. He's just trying to play a sturdy defense and keep his hands up. He's not even trying to put the ball in the bucket like he was when he was with the Pelicans. Taking the ball, running. Listen, the man thought he was a point guard, dude. I'm like, look the hell is James Johnson? What is he doing? He's taking the ball out of the rim, running it down court, all the way and try to make a layup and jack and wreck. And nobody subs him out. He's not doing that with the Nets because he respect that program. He didn't respect the Pelicans. You feel me? So now you have James in a solidified role. You got LaMarcus Aldridge. He's not barking at Steve Nash. He's accepted the situation. And Steve Nash is nowhere near no Popovich. He
You said
barked at Popovich all year.
you said Lamarcus Aldridge.
Yep.
Emphasize that old.
But it doesn't matter. He was over in San Antonio. Him and Popovich was damn near fisticuff.
I like Lamarcus. Lamarcus was a great pickup for them.
You feel me? So they got so much different type of ways they can come at you. We already know what Andre Drummond is about. You know, he didn't fit well with the Lakers because they act like they didn't want him to touch the ball. It was like, get the ball off the rim and give it to me or LeBron James or Anthony Davis and keep your mouth shut. So that didn't sit well with him. You got the Patty Mills, you got the Seth Curry, you got the Ben Simmons, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant. I'm just telling you, man, this team right here is going to do damage.
They got a good roster. Gotta have them on the court though.
They got a hell of a roster.
Good roster is an understatement, bro. Yeah, good
They got
roster
a
is
great
an
roster.
understatement. They're stacked, bro.
Compared to the compared to, like you say, the Sixers, who they fleece.
Sixers they fleeced themselves.
You know what I'm saying? You could imagine
Hey,
what
man,
their
the
roster
Nets,
looked like.
oh, the Nets are a villain. They're the next villain team, man. And those black jerseys don't help either. Hey,
I
Dex,
know,
those
huh?
black jerseys don't help either. They feed into it.
So
Yeah, man.
and they picked up Drodrick. Don't forget they picked him up. So he's a quality.
That was a great pickup. They got him. Is that official?
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
official. They
he
bought
on
him
the
out.
team, man.
yeah,
He got bought out, and I think that was a great pickup for them.
yeah. Nice quality backup. Backup Ben Simmons. Still push the ball around. He got a little shot in him, not much, but you know. So I mean, it's just crazy what they're doing. But this time, still a super team, but it's a good super team.
No, it's a complete team. You
Right.
call it a super team if you want, but they're a complete team. You know, like the things I see what it is that you see. I've seen that the whole time. I got no issue. I said that from immediately when
It's
they
a
did the trade. But you know,
complete super team.
my question with them is they still don't have a defensive identity because their coach don't have one. And let me see what they're gonna do. Let's see what they're gonna do Let's see what they're gonna do when it comes down to the nitty gritty.
I just believe because listen, like I said,
Yeah.
we already know what Durant can do. Okay, we already know what Kyrie can do. All they just got to do is be healthy. Kyrie have a whole bunch of playoff minutes logged. We know Durant got damn near 10 years of playoff minutes logged. Seth Curry have playoff minutes logged. Patty Mills got a gang of playoff minutes logged. Ben Simmons got 4 years of playoff minutes logged. You know what I'm saying? James Johnson got playoff minutes. Marcus Aldridge have a gang of playoff minutes logged. Blake Griffin got a gang of playoff minutes logged.
Goggle.
So they have a lot of players
Thanks.
who's been there.
Playoff.
They're not hoping to win. You follow what I'm saying? They're not depleted of playoff
The
experience.
favorites.
They got a plethora of playoff experience on that team, and they play roles. That's why I say this team gonna be dangerous. I know Ray was upset at me, but they're gonna be dangerous.
Now, potential. The most important player on that entire team is KD. They absolutely need him in order to maximize their potential. So he has to definitely get healthy, be healthy, stay healthy. So without him, that ain't gonna work.
But that's any quality team that has a superstar. You can say that.
He's the biggest piece to the Nets winning.
Of course, this is KD shit. Any team we go to. But I'm just saying that team. What we're gonna. When, I can't wait to see Ben Simmons.
I think the Nets
I'm
can
telling
win
you right
without
now.
KD. I don't think that. I think the Nets have a good enough team now that they have all this personnel that they can win without him. But now it's just a matter of them getting acclimated with being on the court together, because that's very important.
And another thing is that when Ben Simmons plays his first game, when it's announced that he's going to play his first game, I don't know if he's going to play he's going to come in as a starter. I'm not sure how that works with the Nets. You know what I mean? I'm just saying though, sometimes they bring you off the bench because you're the new addition to the team. They bring you off the bench, and then the next game you start for sure. It depends. I don't know how their program works. I don't know how that works.
You don't know how they work because you know that they got a whack ass coach.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So they could have a different type of protocol because they've been rocking that team all season.
Steve Nash gonna put him out there. He's gonna be starting.
I think so. Yeah. Sean Marks ain't playing. He's not playing that.
Steve Nash got pressure on him, low key. Steve Nash got pressure on him. This got to work.
And listen, when Ben Simmons played that first game, I guarantee you it's going to be a rating bonanza.
Of course, it's going to be just like how it was when all these other dudes came back. Kyrie, Clay. It's going to be just like that.
Yep.
It's going to be bigger.
I don't know.
No, it will be because of how big that situation came up. And New York is a big market. They get all the same information that they have in Philly. Like, it's going to be huge. It's going to be a national story. All eyes on me.
And you know what? And you know what?
Thanks.
And listen, this is why I believe the Bulls didn't make a move. I believe the Bulls really didn't make a move because they probably was hearing this coming down the pipeline. So it probably wouldn't do them no justice to try to go out and acquire a big acquisition, because they knew that the Nets was going to be built up, and there was no use of fighting that. Especially how they've been injury riddled and things of that nature, and now they have to acclimate another mid-season acquisition to their teams. It just really didn't make no sense. So I'm glad the Bulls didn't make a move. They could stick with their roster. They added Tristan Thompson. You know what I'm saying? That's no biggie. All you gotta do is play the middle, get your rebounds, and try to attack the other teams when they come in to try to score a bucket. So I mean, it's not much you can do when you're a big man coming in like that. So he just can be a seamless fit. Now I see why, because at first I was puzzled, like, why the Bulls not doing anything? We're not hearing much from them, acquiring anybody. I wanted them to get Rashawn Holmes or somebody like that, because the Sacramento Kings was breaking up their team, and they kind of sold out and things of that nature, thinking that the Portland Trailblazers was going to fall apart. Why grab something from over there? You know what I'm saying? But now I see why, because a lot of these general managers, they kind of know what's they hear the whispers in the rumor mill. You know what I mean? And so they're gonna run with what they got, because what they got is a lot, and so far they have exceeded expectations by being the number one seed. You know what I mean? Because they thought, Bulls probably thought they'd be in the middle of the pack. 6, 7, 8. No, not 8. Excuse me, 6, 7, or 5th. That would have been a successful season for them. But by them being the number one seed, that exceeded all expectations. So now they know what they got, and a lot of these young players are getting some good experience for a playoff run. And depending on what they do in the playoffs, that probably who stay and determines who will stay or who will go. That's what I'm seeing about the Bulls. Do anybody have anything to say about that?
Repeat that last one.
Yeah, because I couldn't even hear.
I'm saying that with the Bulls, by them not making no significant moves except for Tristan Thompson, which is not really much because all they have to do is just plug him in at the center and just tell him to defend. You know what I mean? And block some shots or whatever, get some rebound. So that's not much. They have to really acclimate him to nothing special. But the Bulls really to make a serious move because they might have heard through the rumor mill that this was coming with Brooklyn down the pipeline, that this move with Ben Simmons was coming and Philly's going to get James Harden. So both of those teams have powered up, Philly and Brooklyn. So it could come down to the clash of the Titans with the Milwaukee Bucks having something to say about that. And I think the Chicago Bulls probably like, you know what? We're the number one seed. We excelled all the way up to the number one seed. That wasn't really expected from the organization. They probably thought at tops they'd be mid-level, 5th seed, 6th seed. You know what I'm saying? And they exceeded all expectations. So by the Brooklyn Nets becoming so potent and the Philadelphia 76ers get an upgrade, they felt that it was necessary to hold serve and not go out and be, overcompensating for something and they might not, reach that destination of becoming a participant in the NBA Finals. That's what I basically said. I wanted to get any type of feedback, or somebody
you had to drag it out as long as possible, huh, Dex?
Yeah, I had to drag it out so you guys can get start getting stuff up in your mind. Because if I be too short, this what happens. You get a gap. You get a gap in the communication. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give you guys a little time to conjure up something. Either agree, disagree, deconstruct, debunk, or whatever.
Any of you other guys have anything to say about that?
Well, I can see something from the chat from Lord Zobay. Bay, I don't know if Lord Zobay, you Mo?
And catching those boards for those guys on missed shots and various situations like that. So, but I agree with you. They definitely should have made more moves though, like a Rashawn Holmes or somebody along those lines. They say Nurkic is a free agent after this season. They could probably pick up Nurkic or something like that.
Well, will that be the same as having Vooch?
Feel me?
Well, is Nurkic and Vooch basically cancel each other out? I don't really see an upgrade from there.
Because Vooch has an outside game and Nurkic doesn't at all.
Right. So they can cancel each other out basically. You know what I'm saying?
What, you think that they're not going to have Vucevic next year?
I don't know. I think it depends on this playoff run. I think that's what I was saying is that depending on the play in the playoff run will determine who stays and who goes. Outside of Lonzo, Zach LaVine, and DeMar DeRozan, outside of those three guys, it depending on what the playoff run, and Patrick Williams, of course, depending on this playoff run will determine who stay and who go. And Ayo Dosunmu's not a part of that because he's a rookie, so he's going to be there.
I think the Bulls would be best suited to try to hold on and just kind of build around and add some depth to their team. If they can hold on to Vooch, I think that would benefit them. But I don't think that this is not to be Debbie Downer, but I think that the Bulls are a good team. I think they're going to do well in the playoffs. I'm not expecting them to come out of the East this year at all, but I think their playoff experience is going to be one of the most important things. And I think that you probably have a point there, Dex, about them. Sometimes the best move to make is not making a move because the East is going to be tough. And these teams are looking like they're fixing to be battling out for years to come. The Celtics are still trying to figure out what they're doing. They're finally starting to play good again. The Bucks, they're not even worried about the regular season because they already know what they're all about. Everybody knows what they're about. There's no mysteries what's going on in Milwaukee. The questions, of course, we have are going to be, even though I think the Nets do look better on paper than the Sixers, we got to actually see this James Harden and Joel Embiid thing. The East is going to be tough anyway. So I agree with you as far as the fact that maybe the best move that the Bulls made is not making a move. Plus, there's teams coming up from behind in the East that are putting together good teams. The Charlotte Hornets, if they can make it to the playoffs and get that experience, maybe with the next couple of seasons, they can actually start to, at least challenge in the East. And the team that I didn't mention, which is a very good team, is that Cleveland Cavaliers team. So the East is loaded right now with competitive teams that you're going to have to go through. I didn't mention the Hawks, who I think they got better by getting rid of Cam Reddish, because they have like 1,000,001 of the same type of player. And I think they have some off-season decisions to make. I think the Nets made things easy for everybody, though, because I think that everybody else sees they're going to be trying to improve those rosters. I think the East, these teams are going to continue getting better over the next few years. Most of the teams in the East.
That's interesting right there. That
What
you
do you think
mentioned
about that?
Yeah, that's interesting that you mentioned the Hawks. Saad, you have anything to say about that? What Quiz just mentioned? Well, the Bulls is playing the Hawks. That's their first game up coming out of the All-Star break. And the Hawks are 2 games under 500. Their record really doesn't reflect how good they are. So I don't want that to be a
Exactly.
misdirection
Right.
of the Bulls thinking they're getting an easy team. Even though the Bulls is coming out the All-Star break on a 2-game homestand, and that will conclude a 7-game homestand that they have that was very favorable for them to keep their record what it is right now, because they're on a 5-game win streak. It's very possible that the Bulls can pop the Hawk, but the Hawks can also pop the Bulls, because you got to remember the Bulls are not coming in at full strength. And I believe the Hawks, I don't know if there's any injury on the Hawks right now. I think the Hawks are fairly healthy. And Trae Young and DeMar DeRozan basically will cancel each other out. DeMar DeRozan is averaging 28 points a game. Trae Young is basically averaging 28 points a game. So that's a cancel out. And Vooch is averaging about 12 rebounds a game. And Clint Capella's averaging 12 rebounds a game. So it's all about who else is going to show up on that game outside of Vooch and DeMar DeRozan, as far as the role players and the bench players, things of that nature. And the Hawks have a pretty good supporting cast. And they've been together for a minute. They know what they need to do. They're not afraid of the Bulls. And I don't believe the Hawks will be afraid to come into the United Center and play some of their best basketball. So we'll see how the Bulls come out of that All-Star break. And well, you know what? Zach should be there. Yeah. Zach should be playing.
Yeah, Zach will be around. But the key thing with the
because
Hawks,
he played the All-Star game.
the difference between the Hawks and the Bulls, the biggest difference between them is that the Hawks know what they have. They have Trae Young. They have a star who's going to be around for a while. And, they've already gone into the playoffs. They've already gone, a decent depth into the playoffs. So they've, in their heart of hearts, they have to feel that they're better than the Bulls.
And listen, let me tell you this, Quiz. Right now, the Hawks are 6 games under 500 on the road, but they're coming in with a 2-game winning streak. So the Bulls and the Hawks both are coming into this game with a win streak. So one of the team's win streak will be snapped. Let's hope it's the Hawks. Also, the Hawks are playing 500 basketball. They haven't really been impressive, nor have they been deep. Excuse me. They haven't been impressive, nor have they been a complete utter disaster. So they hold and serve. They're playing 500. They're lingering around at the bottom of the Eastern Conference, but they are a part of the play-in mix because they sit at number 10. They have a division record of 7-5, conference record of 17-18, and a total record of 28-30. So in the division, they're playing above 500, and the conference they're playing below 500, and the overall record is a disappointing under 500. So they're third in their division, which is the Southeast. That's not really that good, but The Hawks are a type of team they could come into your building and whack you. You feel me?
The Dex, that team's record is deceptive. I don't want people to get hung up on that Hawks record because the Hawks have lost a bunch of games. They lost a bunch of games that they were supposed to win, but they did not have Clint Capella for. Clint Capella started out playing great, then they lost him for an extended period of time, and you know, then they had who was the other dude other than John Collins? They got another dude over there that's just started coming back, and he just came back and he's been playing good. The win streak that they're on, and the fact that they're starting to
Big
go.
O? Are you talking about Big O?
No, not him. There's another dude over there, Hunter. But
Oh,
yeah,
Huter. You talking about Huter? Oh,
no,
DeAndre Hunter.
DeAndre Hunter. When they got rid of Cam Reddish, that they're big on Huter over there. They have a bunch of the same type of player over there, so I thought that they had too much anyway. But they were going through so many injuries, they needed all of those dudes. So what I'm saying about their record is it's deceptive because even though I don't think the Hawks are like the greatest team, the Hawks are not as bad as their record shows. Nobody's going to sit around and make excuses for them, but they've been hanging around and doing relatively decent for a lot of the deficiencies. But they're on an uptick right now. They might be on a 2-game winning streak, but if you look at maybe their last 5 to 8 games, you're going to notice that they have more wins than losses. They've started to they're moving. Their trajectory is moving towards what they are. Plus, they have that experience from being in the playoffs and being in some battles in there. So that team is a team that's their expectations and you know what I mean, and what the type of team that they feel that they are is better than what the record reflects. So you cannot take any games off when you play the Hawks. Then remember I was talking about I don't think that the Hawks play what I would necessarily consider winning basketball. That's because they're one of those live by the, Trae Young does whatever the hell he wants, shoots from anywhere. But Trae Young is one of those streaky dudes, you know what I mean, that can kill you, you know what I mean, practically single-handedly if he's on his game, you know what I mean? But them having Clint Capella back is a way different, and they've been playing so long without him. He's way different because Clint Capella really he's proven that it wasn't just James Harden and the Rockets. Clint Capella has shown that he is one of those dudes. He's one of those dudes you got to contend with. He's definitely grabbing 15 boards.
Right.
And he's a rim protector. He's definitely protecting the rim. You know that.
Right. So the Hawks basically are coming in. Yeah. The only person that's out for the Hawks of significance is John Collins. Excuse me. I don't know if he's going to be out. His status right now say he's out, but he has a foot and he's doubtful for Thursday game. So if you're doubtful, it's a possibility he could be upgraded to questionable and end up playing. You know what I'm saying?
But one thing you can't doubt is that the Hawks are definitely healthier than the Bulls are.
Right. Yeah, they are. They most definitely healthier than the Bulls. So that's the thing that we have to watch out for to come tomorrow, is that if John Collins is his availability in question, or will he be out there on that parquet floor participating in a potential Atlanta Hawks victory?
It's going to be a good game regardless. I'm going to tell you that. It'll be definitely fun.
You know what? I think Trae Young and DeMar DeRozan might put up a show. DeMar DeRozan, he still had that streak that what's that, 35 games? 35-point streak.
Mm-hmm.
Going into the All-Star break. Is he still going to keep that up? Because Zach LaVine will return. Excuse me, sorry about that. Old man got a yarn every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
So Zach LaVine will be inserted into the offense, into the lineup, and that could derail DeMar DeRozan streak. You know what I'm saying? Because Zach got to get up his shots, and Trae Young, he has nobody to contend with. So Trae Young might put up 30 shots tomorrow.
And Trae Young, that's what he likes to do. That's what he likes to do anyway. You always got to be on guard playing Trae, because Trae is a dude who'll pull up from anywhere at any time. He has ultimate confidence. You know this. You know what I mean? Like, I don't got to explain Trae Young's game. We all seen it. Trae Young is definitely one of those dudes in a close matchup. You know what I mean? Like, that's one of those dudes that, the thing about the NBA now versus back in the days, Dex, these dudes it's hard to cover dudes now because they shoot from so much further out. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
you got a dude like Trey. Like, how do you really cover him when he's on? Because you can't go and cover a dude as soon as he steps across the half court line. You know what I mean? Because then they have the quickness to go by you and go to the hole. So the game, the stretching of the game with particular players like your Luka Doncic, your Steph Currys, and your Trey Youngs, these dudes have these kind of ranges. You know, Damian Lillard's one of those dudes too that make it very difficult to cover them. But those teams also will lose games by shooting themselves out of the game sometime too. So, you know, it always is a matter of which team shows up with those bomb. You know what I mean? The what do they call the people who drop bombs in the military, Dex?
Bombers?
Yeah, the bombers. These bomb squads.
So listen, we're gonna have a Kevin Knox sighting. Kevin Knox II. We're gonna have his sighting. We're gonna have a DeAndre Hunter sighting. We're gonna have a Kevin Huerter sighting. We're gonna have a Gallinari sighting, and we're gonna have a Sharif Cooper sighting. Whatever happens to Sharif Cooper, interesting. And we're gonna have Bogdanovich.
Right.
They should just trade him. Man.
He's gonna be man.
Nah, they're not gonna trade him because he's better than all of them dudes he just mentioned.
No. I'm talking about Sharif Cooper. No.
All right.
No. I want to talk about Bogdanovich. Yeah.
All right.
Because he's not gonna start. He's not gonna start at nothing like that, man. Like he's barely gonna get time, man. At best, he's gonna be a high minute role player. At best on that team, man. Because they got a hell of guards on that. They got
the Hawks.
They got him,
the Hawks have too
Hunter.
many players over there. You know that they also have Lou Williams over there. I'm trying to find.
I didn't even mention Lou Williams. They have DeLon Wright. They still got DeLon Wright.
Yeah, they got dudes over there they're not playing. I wouldn't be surprised. See, the Hawks are one of those teams that could get better because they still have a bunch of assets over there. They got a bunch of dudes. Like I remember when I was saying, Dex, that when they got rid of Cam Reddish, they're getting addition by subtraction because they got the same type of player. They got a bunch of these dudes over there. I mean, listen, let's be honest with you. We talk about Bogdanovich, right? What's the difference between Bogdanovich and Huerter? And any of these dudes, really? You know what I mean?
Right.
And Gallinari, like
Gallinari, exactly.
It's the same type of dude.
The only thing about Gallinari, he's a power forward.
Right. And the only thing about Gallinari is a little bit taller than those dudes. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And he actually
Huerter and Bogdanovich, same player.
Right. Gallinari will grab maybe 2 more rebounds than those other 2 dudes. That's about it. It also looks like the same. It's looking at the same dude over and over.
Atlanta got a lot of height. You know that, right?
Yes, they do. Yes,
they got a lot of height on that team. The only shorties I think is Cooper and Trey Young.
That's it.
Trey and Sharif.
That's it.
And, Lou Williams. Okay, Lou Williams kind of short.
They barely play Lou anymore. They doing him grimy. I'm gonna be real with you. I wouldn't be surprised to see Lou Williams go somewhere else than the East next year. And
Lou Williams getting $5 million a year. He ain't tripping.
I would not be surprised if you see him go to one of these other teams out here. It could be any of them because there's so many out there. But they don't need him over in Atlanta clearly because they're not playing him. So, like you said, he ain't tripping. He getting paid over there. Plus, I think he likes Atlanta. Is Lou from out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think so.
Yeah, he's from Atlanta.
He's loving it. He's back home.
Well, actually from Philly.
That's what it is. Philly. Yep. That's what I was going to say. I thought
that
Philly would be a bad destination for him.
He got a house in Atlanta. He got property. Yeah, I think he sold his California home. I think, and got a crib in Atlanta. Yeah.
On another note, Flight. Did you hear the news out of New York?
What?
Boy, Kemba Walker is getting shut down.
Oh yeah, he's done. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, man,
yeah, he's
shut
done.
down.
I didn't hear about. When did this come out?
About 5 days ago.
I didn't hear about that.
Oh, it's official.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
It's official.
Yeah.
They're asking
shut him
him
down.
to take a chill pill.
Remember, I told you, everybody, especially superstar Dave James. You know what I'm saying? He was a big Kemba advocate.
Hey, what's going
and I
on
told
with
him them
Kemba
knees
Walker,
wasn't going to, them knees can't handle. It can't hold up.
Listen, the Knicks are getting ready to do something over there, low key. I feel it. Yo, Flight, keep your fingers
Yeah.
crossed. I would not be surprised if you may end up getting the gift from the basketball gods and maybe getting like Mark Jackson as a head coach soon. I think that Tibbs is on his way out.
Listen, it's about time.
I think that they've set it up, and he's on his way out of there. And I think they're going to bring in another Nick, a former Nick, to coach the team. Now I'm just going, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Don't take my
Patrick
word for
Ewing,
it.
stop it.
But no, I'm not talking about Patrick Ewing. I'm not talking about
Who
Patrick
else?
Ewing. Patrick Ewing ain't going. Patrick Ewing is in another organization.
Well, who
Mark
else going to coach the former
Jackson.
Nick?
Mark
No
Jackson.
way, no way,
Mark
no
Jackson may
way,
come out and coach the Knicks. I would not be
no
surprised.
way. No. He's done.
What makes
Now
you think
that'll
that
be
Mark
crazy
Jackson won't coach?
if that come out and be true.
Because they still hold that statement over his head, so he's done far
What
back.
statement are you talking about? James Dolan? The Knicks been terrible.
No,
They need to spark.
not James Dolan. He made a statement when he was with the Golden State Warriors.
What statement was it? Help refresh my
He
memory.
talked about the alphabet community.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
So,
I mean, I
yeah,
don't know.
that's-
You think that?
and
that
in
you
New
think that
York
would hold
too?
him back? He's the most
Yeah,
qualified
in New
coach.
York, yes. Oklahoma, no. If he can coach Oklahoma or maybe Texas somewhere, no, they probably wouldn't hurt him. But yeah, New York, any liberal state, no. They'll bring that back on.
We'll
time.
see. Marv, listen, New York is very forgiving. You seen they gave Marv Albert a second chance.
You said what?
They gave Marv Albert a second chance. Remember when he was dressed in tights, biting chicks on the back?
Yeah, but that was a personal thing, you know what I mean? And it wasn't no when the social media thing when Mark Albert did what he did. You know what I'm saying? And then Mark Jackson is still affiliated because he announced games. So he's
Yes,
still
he is.
affiliated.
And that's what
but
I'm
he's
saying.
just not no coach.
He's still in the basketball community. Don't sell
Right.
things short. I would not be surprised at all. I'm just throwing it out there. I wouldn't be surprised. It's
Nah,
Mark Jackson's name.
He's canceled as a
always
coach.
circulating. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Don't be surprised.
But when you look at the New York Knickerbockers, I gotta say Knickerbockers, it's too close to Nets and my tongue get tied. When you look at the New York Knickerbockers, who on the New York Knickerbockers stand out will frighten you if you coming out the tunnel to play them?
Oh, that's a good question. Zion Williamson.
No, he's not on their roster.
Not on their roster yet.
I'm talking about as constructed, currently constructed.
Well, I'm not scared by Julius Randle at all. So I would say nobody.
Yeah, Julius he's finished.
You think they're done with Julius completely?
I say RJ Barrett.
I mean, they're gonna roll with him until they can't.
I think he'll still be there, but I just don't think he can hold it by himself. But you're a big Knicks fan, Flight.
Right.
What are your real feelings on a Julius Randle situation and how it will all play out? You really think they'll move him?
You damn right.
All right.
Why not? What the hell you holding on to him for?
What do you think that you could get? What would you be happy with to get in exchange for Julius Randle? I mean, I know he's not a cheap piece.
Man, I'll take anything. Just get his ass out of here. We just need a refresh. He messed up in New York. You got to relieve him because there's been too much. He seems this shit ain't got to him.
How would you feel about how would you feel about Damian Lillard?
Oh, what the shit is better than him? That's what the doctor ordered.
The Knicks got $21 million tied up to two players who are not playing right now. And that's Derrick Rose and Kemba Walker.
But what's new? If you were a Knicks fan like Flight is, you would know that this is nothing new. They probably
Matter of fact, $30 million. Let me take that back. $30 million. Because they got Nerlens Noel. He ain't doing nothing.
The Knicks are probably still paying Allen Houston.
Wow, that's crazy. They got $30 million tied up with three players that's non-productive.
They was playing Allen Houston for years, man. You know what I mean? Come on, man. The Knicks, this is a regular situation for them. This is what they do. Spend money,
I'm asking Flight a
tied
question.
up.
What's up?
Flight, a New York trivia question for you, Flight. We know that Julius
Uh-oh.
Randle. We know that Julius Randle is the highest paid player on the New York Knicks roster at 21 million.
Oh
Right?
shoot,
Right.
they got me in the show.
Who
There
is
you
second?
go. Ball facts in the house.
Oh, shout out to Ball
Uh,
Facts. Who is
I
second?
see you.
Who is
What's
second?
up,
Who is
Frank?
second?
What's going on? I'm
Flight.
sitting here cooking up some Kid Austin work right here, man.
Who that? What's up?
I'm
Flight
sitting
work.
here cooking up right now, man. Little do y'all know,
Flight straight
y'all
work.
never know what's coming. See,
Bro, that's where you
y'all
do
never
that
know
on the
what's coming. See,
phone?
look at wifey calling.
Oh my God.
This the life.
Bro, I didn't know you did it on the phone.
Yo, you got to teach me how to do this shit on the computer. I'm just learning. I'm learning, yo.
Hey, that's tough. That's tough.
That's that new generation. Ball facts. He gonna be light years ahead of you, rocking from his phone on
Come
a,
on,
on
son,
a
come on.
train
Why you gotta,
Do
somewhere.
why
y'all
you
hear
gotta
an
take
echo or
it
is
there?
that just me? Am I tripping?
So Flight, who's second?
So say that one more time. My fault. I had a phone call in the middle of the
Okay,
question.
we
You said
all know that Julius Randle got his max, so he's the highest paid player on the New
yeah,
York Knicks roster
right.
at north of $21 million. Who was second?
On the next.
Yes.
Ah, I'm trying to think.
Hey, I'm finna leave and come back because I got a serious echo. All right.
Go. I don't know. That's
Isn't
a,
Evan
Evan
that's a hell of
Fournier.
a.
Fournier? Isn't Evan Fournier the next
Oh,
highest
Yep.
player on that
but
team?
they didn't pay
Yep.
him though.
Evan Fournier. 17 million, Flight.
Damn,
17 million freaking dollars.
that's crazy. That's wild.
Quiz, what's up?
It's a lot of money.
I mean,
Evan Fournier, your second highest paid player at 17 million. No
he's
wonder
making
they're in the
more money.
dumps.
He's making more money than Danny Green.
No wonder they're in the dumps.
It's New
They got
York,
13
man.
million. They got 13 million tied up in Derrick Rose.
At least Derrick Rose is worth it when he's actually playing.
They got 8 million tied up in Kemba Walker.
And tell him to sit his behind on the pond.
Wow. It's great to be a Knick right now, right?
It's always been great to be a Flight. I mean, Dex, you tardy to the party.
Alec Burke, 9 million, dude.
Come on, you see it?
What
You just
the
now
heck?
catching up, Dex. You just now, you know what it is because you from the West Coast, so you don't even know, man. The Knicks budget it's always been that.
Wow.
It's always been that. Go look at the old Spreewell, Allen Houston Knicks, man. People came there, got paid.
Well, at least they made playoffs.
They did. Not since then.
Yeah, exactly.
Not since the Carmelo Anthony Knicks. I think the
Right.
Carmelo Anthony Knicks actually made the playoffs a couple of times, but
Wow, that is insane. That is freaking insane.
now let me ask you a question. Do you think that Fournier is worth $17 million?
No, absolutely not.
Thank you.
They need to arrest that man for robbery.
He didn't even put on a stocking mask.
Wow. This guy is crazy. He went in straight in. He didn't even have a note. You know what I'm saying? Nowadays, bank robbers, since they get so much time if you have a gun present,
Right.
they use a note. And he
And
didn't even use a note.
And they know the bank policy, so they just go and give him the note. They give him the note, get the money, and keep it moving.
Keep it moving. This guy, Evan Fournier, just came in and they just dumped the whole barrel of cash in his lap. Take it and run. Take the money and run. Oh my God. Who's that? The Steve Miller Band? Take the money and run.
Alex Burke is making how much? He's making nearly $10 million, isn't he?
Yes.
Alex Burke.
He's making more than RJ Barrett.
RJ's still in the rookie contract, isn't he?
Yeah, but I'm saying he should have got an extension.
Well,
wow, that's crazy.
They need to do that.
And listen, Nerlens Noel got $8 million. Somebody paid this guy $8 million. Wow, all these Kentucky players own the damn Knicks, man.
Well, what about him?
Kentucky. What's their connection with Kentucky?
Kentucky and Duke now, because the RJ Barrett and Cam Reddish are from Duke.
Yep.
And they're looking at
Kentucky and Duke.
And they're looking at, we're gonna see. It's gonna be interesting in New York, but I don't see them parting ways with Julius Randle. I don't personally see it, but it could happen. I think that they're gonna probably try to build with him, around him. I don't know, man. The Knicks are just they've been such a
disaster. Just say it, a disaster.
I don't want to say it because
listen, I was listening to First Take, right?
New York.
Because they was talking about what they was talking about that got my attention. Damn. Oh, I can't think of who was that guy talking about. But anyway, they was talking about somebody. Oh, Kyrie Irving. That's what was talking about. Kyrie Irving. Yeah. They was talking about Kyrie Irving. So I said, let me see what Jay Williams and Stephen A talking about on First Take on Kyrie Irving. Because I pay attention to Kyrie Irving because of his stance with the vaccine and things of that nature. That's how I found out that the mayor was through Jay Williams was breaking down how the mayor was gonna try to fight to ease the mandate restrictions. So Stephen A. So Jay Williams was talking to Stephen A. and talking about, oh, okay, well, Stephen A. How your Knicks? He was like, I'm done with the Knicks. I'm done. I'm through with him. Hey, look, he went to a tirade just by him mentioning the Knicks, and all I could think about was Flight. When I saw Stephen A. Smith go through that tirade about the Knicks, how he was done with them, I said, boy, Flight the same way. Remember, because you said you was done with him that time. About 4 streams ago. Yeah. I was like, wow, that's cold.
Flight's good though. Flight hasn't gone through pain. I know dudes who went through pain with the Knicks.
Shout out to Ball Facts. What you got, Ball Facts?
What's good, Ball Facts?
Nothing. I can't even cap. I ain't been listening to the call, but I seen you was live, and I'm like, let me just hop on real quick. So
yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
Well,
I'm just listening for a little bit.
Pretty much. If we could try to rewind all the way to the beginning, in so many words, like Lonzo Ball, he pretty much he knows what's at stake coming back from injury. Pretty much the Chicago Bulls, they got a golden opportunity in front of them. We could very well see a deep playoff run from Lonzo Ball, and I don't think people are really putting that into consideration. So, what's your thoughts, on possibly like this situation with Lonzo Ball returning and the opportunity that's at hand for the Chicago Bulls?
I think that Zach LaVine and DeMar aren't looking at it like this is a new team and we got to figure some things out. I feel like they feel like it's the right time. Like all the stars have aligned. Some of the big players like the Nets, the 76ers, their team just got shooken up a little bit. So they're not gelling the way that they might have been if they just kept the same squad. The Bucks are decent, but I don't think the Bucks are decent, but I feel like Chicago feels like there's nobody that they can't go toe-to-toe with and have a chance to win. So having Lonzo back is important to them, and I think Lonzo feels like the opportunity is now as well. I don't feel like, a lot of people that say the Bulls, they're a new team, give them a couple years. I think they feel like they happened upon a window to be open right now where they could make something happen, and they're going to really make that push. And I know Lonzo is he's recovering nicely. They got to check him out and clear him and all that. But he expects to come back fully ready. And I think they're gonna make some noise in the playoffs. I get past the first round. You know what I'm saying? And then we'll see who they match up with in the second round and how it goes.
Right. I could agree with that. What do you expect from Lonzo Ball when he returns to this lineup?
It really depends on this injury. I want to say I expect spectacular defense, 3-point shooting, to him to remain the high percentage shooter on the Bulls and stuff like that. But, since the injury, I'm going to be honest, like, I don't know exactly. I'm hoping for the best, but I don't really know yet. We got to see how he's really coming.
Right. No, I agree with you. What about like the timetable on Lonzo Ball? Because we all know Lonzo Ball, sometimes it could take him some time to get reacclimated to the system. How long do you expect? Do you expect a game or two? Is he going to hit the ground rolling, or this is going to be a week-long situation? How do you expect this? Because, could it be of another bubble situation? Or it can't be that bad, where he missed an extended period of time and then he came back. It was a disaster. Let's hope that it's not something like that. So what the hell can we expect to see from Lonzo Ball? How long is it going to take for him to get right?
I don't think. I think like the bubble was more of a mental situation than a skill situation, in my opinion, just how I believe. So,
Yeah.
and I don't think Lonzo has those challenges anymore. Like he solidified himself. He's not fighting for the starting position on the Bulls. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
the Pelicans had him looking crazy out there. Like they comparing him to Nickeil Alexander-Walker and stuff. You know what I mean? He don't have that problem. So I feel like his confidence is going to be high. And even like you see his stories, him putting himself playing around with his daughter on Instagram. He's just letting everybody know, like, I'm feeling good. I'm coming back. And I believe as long as, like, if his first game back, they give him like regular minutes because they see he's conditioned and ready. I feel like he'll hit the ground and you'll feel like, man, okay, he never left. I don't think he's going to come back hurt. I think they're going to make sure that he's fully healthy because, you know, they just signed his brother to the, you know, the 4-year deal. So they're not going to mess around with that. If he come back, he going to be fully healthy. And I feel like he's going to hit the ground running.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. I hope he does, man, because I don't want it to take too long. Because I know people are gonna have what they say, but I don't really care what they say. I know that Lonzo Ball is gonna get himself together. How about for everybody else on the panel? How long do you think it's gonna take for Lonzo Ball to get reacclimated to things in Chicago?
I don't think it'll take him too long to get acclimated at all. I mean, like Ball Fact stated, anytime a person's coming back from an injury, no matter who they are or what their name is, you know, you have to, you know, give them a little bit of time to, first off, get comfortable on operating in that area that they've had, you know, the injury at. And then, you know, then, of course, they're going to be monitored. They're probably going to be on minutes, right? So I think it realistically takes at least a week. Supposing everything is good, and you know, and like you guys said, if they bring him back, make sure he's fully healthy and bring him back. But remember that Zoe is a person who plays heavy defense, and he defends people at all positions also. So I think it might be a little bit before you kind of see him back at the level of defense that you might know him for. But you know, one thing that Zoe is very good at is hitting those open threes. And so even if he comes back and just is kind of a little bit light, just popping a couple threes until he really feels comfortable out there on the court, I think that he'll do well. I don't think it'll take like a long transitional period for you to see an impact from him either. I think within about a week or so, you'll pretty much know what it is and just pay attention in case he has any setbacks or anything like that.
I agree with that. That's a great point. Ball Facts, what's your thoughts on because a lot of critics they say about, because you know Io's been playing well, also Kobe White. How does Lonzo fit in that? Because I see a lot of people that's like it's very decisive argument around here at times.
I mean, AO is good, or IO, whatever, however you say his name. But just think about in a playoff situation, guarding the best players on the court. Who do you want to be there? You know what I mean? You gonna really bet on a rookie over Lonzo when it comes to them defensive possessions? Like
Right.
To me, it's like I wouldn't. That's a joke to me. You know what I mean? Those other dudes are good, but in those pressure situations, that's what Lavar been trying to tell us. Like, I ain't seen playoff Zoe. We want to see that. You know what I mean? Because he thrives in that area. So
Yes.
I think you don't take Lonzo out. I seen somebody in the comment section say you think the Bulls gonna get to the past the first round. What if they match it with the Nets? That's gonna be tough. That's gonna be very tough. But I do think that Tristan Thompson is gonna have a resurgence on Chicago. He's very active.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the most skilled offensively, but he's very active. He plays defense, and he's
Right.
to me, he's the perfect yin yang to Vooch. You know what I mean? Because he's gritty, he's tough, he get an attitude, and I feel like sometimes, depending on what's going on, they're gonna play Vooch and Tristan Thompson at the same time, and just to give us a taller lineup, depending on who we're going against. But with New York switching it up so Kyrie can play every game, that's gonna be hella tough because Kyrie, that's a bad dude. I can't never take nothing from him. And of course, you know, KD and all that, but we just got to see how they gel together. But to me, I feel like the Nets have the best squad in the East. That's just how I feel. They got the best squad. I know a lot of people don't agree with that. I put a little something on my page and people are like, nah, they not all that. I feel like with Ben Simmons and his defense, I feel like everybody been talking. He finna come back more so on kill mode than little boy mode. I don't think he been sitting around doing nothing. I think that brother been in the gym. So I'm hoping the Bulls do not get them in the first round. But you know what I'm saying? You could finagle some games and play who you want to play at certain times. I think the Bulls gonna be decent, and I just feel like they'll get out that first round.
Yeah, man, I agree with you. I ain't even tripping about the first round. DeMar's not losing in the first round, but the Nets, that could be crazy. I think it'll really suck if they get the Nets. It'll be almost like they got cheated. You know,
Yeah.
Hey, they're gonna have to beat them sooner or later anyway. So hey, bring them on. That's what I feel like.
But you hold that off.
Yeah, let us get warmed up.
Yeah,
Let us get
what?
warmed up. Let's not do that. Let's give them a chance to, fight in the locker
That's
room.
messed up.
Give Ben Simmons a chance to get an
I'm not
attitude or
saying I want
something.
to see them in the first round, but I'm saying I ain't scared of them in the second round. Shoot, just get the fans behind you in Chicago. Y'all know y'all got to taunt Ben Simmons.
I don't think the Nets is in the rush to see Chicago either, though.
I don't think so either.
That's a fact. They don't want to get them either.
But as
Good
far
point,
as
Dex.
Lonzo, yes, sir. Salute. As far as Lonzo coming back and having a seamless fit, I think he can come back and have a seamless fit because his game is basically predicated on his defense and to get others involved. They're not asking him to score high 20s and things of that nature to secure a victory. So when you see Lonzo bigging up his younger brother LaMelo during that All-Star campaign, you know that he's itching to get back on that court. And then not only that, little brother is at the All-Star game, and you have Magic and Michael chopping it up. And when they're chopping it up, they bring up LaMelo Ball. You follow what I'm saying? How he have something real special down there in Charlotte. Now, how they go forward with that, that's a whole different thing. But when you see Magic basically saying that LaMelo's a gym rat like he was, and comparing himself to Melo Ball in LaMelo Ball push to be great on his road to greatness, and LaMelo Ball did a photo shoot where he was not mimicking, but he was basically, complimenting Magic in the photo shoot and doing one of Magic's famous pass picture stands. Like
He was just replicating them,
replicating his photo. So when you see all that's going down, and what Magic has said about Lonzo when Lonzo came into the league, and now he has spoke up Melo, you know that Lonzo feeling that to an extent where he can't wait to get back on that court and show that he want to be the all-star also, because Lonzo said in his campaign as a Chicago Bull is one of his goals was to be what? An all-star. So now is when he comes back, that will be the first game for Lonzo to embark on his campaign to be an all-star next year. So I believe when Lonzo come back, I think he, understood the situation with Zach and DeRozan, and now Lonzo see the Ayo DeSumos emerging. He sees the Kobe Whites doing their thing, and he's looking at it like, wow, shit. I wish it was more seamless and easy for me when I was out there. You follow what I'm saying? As far as them whipping that ball around and people getting high end assists and contributing to wins in that fashion, where Lonzo, when he contributed to wins, it was more so on the defensive end or maybe hitting some crucial shots throughout the game. But when you see the Ayo DeSumos and the Kobe Whites just kind of freelancing it out there and things of that nature, he sees that because Lonzo's a quarterback. So when he comes back, I don't think it'll be a problem. And if it be a problem, then I think he probably have something to say about that. So I think Lonzo, when he gets back, he's going to be that same Lonzo we saw in the early beginning of the season, putting up nice numbers or even triple doubles or close to triple doubles, because this is the part of the season that Lonzo always wished for, that he be a part of, playing every game a meaningful game.
You got to know that everybody is happy for Lonzo to come back. Lonzo, right. and especially what I mean is DeMar and Zach. The other guys, I don't know. Maybe they want to take some spots. Who knows? But I'm talking about the guys that count. When you got a guy that's going to be accountable on defense and push you to play defense, everybody wants that. Lonzo gets back. They're like, okay, I ain't got to guard the best person anymore. You know, I ain't got to take the risk of getting crossed up and all this all game. And Lonzo, he gonna be out there with no ego, like ready to take the game-winning shot, but also ready to try to contest the game-winning shot. That's Lonzo Ball. So everybody's awaiting his comeback. Nobody on that. I know Zach, DeMar ain't nobody like, oh, we're doing fine without Lonzo. No, they're like Harry back, come back soon.
Yes, sir. Exactly. Because I'm
Man,
like
I know we waiting for his ass. So you keep going. My bad, Dax.
no, because remember I said before in previous streams is that if you ever notice the rotation that Billy Donovan, when he reinsert Lonzo, well, not necessarily Lonzo, but when he reinserts DeMar DeRozan, he bring Lonzo in with him. So we see that combination there because one is willing to play defense and one seemed not to be willing to play defense. But you can't just have a shot chucker and no defense to back it. So they bring them two in together as a pair. And I believe that is something missed by DeRozan, having that security blanket to cover aspects of the court that these guys that's currently playing are unable to or have not been able to. That gives you and Zach, that gives DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine a share of comfort that they probably wouldn't have if Lonzo wasn't out there.
And you got to remember, it's not always the best team. You know, just like LeBron and Wade, they lost over there to Mavericks back then. You know what I mean? It's just like it ain't always going as you think. It's just like the Pistons beat the Lakers. So, you know, you have these big squads, but it's really like who developed the most chemistry that they can trust each other, you know, going forward in the season. And I can't say a lot of these teams like the Nets and the 76ers have that type of thing going on. Or when I look at the Bulls, I literally see more camaraderie between them.
Facts. I agree with that. Can they knock off one of them top teams?
Yeah, they can. They can. They got the defense and they have the offense. It's can they put it together continually, like on a nightly basis, and just be competitive. You know, if the game goes to the wire, we got DeMar DeRozan. You know what I mean? For the last second shot, as long as you're not getting blown out, you stand a chance. And if you have Lonzo and Caruso, you're playing D, you got Tristan Thompson playing D now in the center, not weak Vooch, you got a chance. To just
Whoa, ball facts. Hold on, man. You said something crucial. You said Tristan Thompson and not Vooch. What?
I'm talking about defense. On defense, you think that? To me, I don't. Yeah, we could debate on this after. But Vooch or Tristan Thompson, who playing better defense?
But you saying put
Vooch? Not even a question.
Okay, there we go. That's what I'm talking about.
So ball fact. Hold on one second, ball facts. See, Red is out there and they listening to every word that you put out there, ball fact. Bulls Nation, you follow what I'm saying? Hashtag run with them. So are you saying to see Red, Bulls Nation, that in crucial moments of the game, towards the end of a game, sit Vooch and play Tristan?
Yeah, it depends on what's going on. It depends on, say you got Vooch is only minimally contributing offensively and Zach and DeMar going crazy. But then you got a guy like Joel Embiid or a KD, these tall guys just getting buckets on Vooch. Vooch, it's time to sit down. See what I'm saying? It depends on the scenario. You know, of course, Vooch is better than Tristan Thompson. That's no question. I'm just saying you need a full tool case sitting on the bench that you got to switch things up. And we've seen that. Look at Russell Westbrook. You know what I'm saying? Triple-double machine. Sit your butt on the bench because you ain't needed right now. Whatever you doing ain't working. And we've seen Vooch surprise us when we thought he was going to be all that in the bag of chips, and he wasn't that this season. So to all the C-Red Nation, Chicago, you know, I was born in the Chi, right? So I know what it is. Being a Bulls fan, you know, back in the day, I had to switch to being a player fan. But, like, it is what it is. I think Tristan Thompson is – a lot of people acting like, oh, that's not a good thing. I'm like, to me, he fits. To me, he has that defense. To me, it's a good move.
Yeah, I agree with you, too.
Yeah, ball facts, you rolling right now. Okay,
What?
we're gonna stick to ball
What's,
facts. Okay, okay. Look,
what's in
wow.
that cup? What's in that cup?
Oh, that's a little bit of just a little bit of Henny right now.
Yo, that's my word. You be sipping. I'm
Yeah,
telling you, we got to get yak together.
yeah,
I'm telling you. This
yeah.
shit gonna
Keep
get
on
morbid.
drinking. We're gonna
Bro,
turn this to
Flight, I
drink
promise,
champs.
Flight.
Keep
Yo,
on
next time
drinking.
you in Charlotte, we linking up. I don't give a shit. You understand? You know I'm right here.
Okay, yeah,
You
we're gonna
know,
put a little
I
something
got
together. We're gonna roll deep next
Yes.
time we go to Charlotte, you know?
Deep. You already know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring a couple niggas from New
Okay.
York. You already know.
Okay, you know what? Listen, we got Ball Facts in the house. Shout out to Ball Facts. Shout out to everything that Ball Facts does with his channel. Shout out to Ball Facts and his relationship with the Big Baller brand and all of the Triple B children, Lonzo Ball, LiAngelo Ball, and LaMelo Ball. We got him here on Flight Sports TV tonight. So y'all hit that like button, man, because Ball Facts could be anywhere in the world right now, but he chose to be here with Flight Sports TV. And the time that he put in with Flight Sports TV, he's not going to get that back. So hit that like button, hit that Cash App, hit that super chat. Go subscribe, like on Ball Facts. He got a plethora of library that's dealing with content surrounding the Ball family. He keeps the facts going. If you need to do any research, that's your video almanac right there. So shout out to Ball Facts.
But not as crazy. You just said the video almanac. Ball Facts broke some news to me. See, I got to do overtime. See, after this live, I got to do a Kid Austin and I got to do a Lonzo because I didn't even know that this word that Lonzo done ratchet up the intensity in the camp with Billy Donovan. See, I didn't even know that, and I had to look on IG and I seen it. I got to do more work. You feel me? So I got to knock these two out and then I can shut it down.
Oh, man, you working hard.
What Alonzo? I'm black screen. I'm black screening.
Okay.
I'm getting the thumbnail together right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably drop a Jello video tomorrow. You know, I worked on that a little bit, but I kind of took a little break, been off doing stuff, but I'm gonna get back on it. You know how it is, but
yeah.
When you start early, when you start in, you got to be pumping out videos. You know what I mean? Once you get a little bit going, then you could, take a little vacay, chill here and there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're gonna get there. You understand? We're definitely gonna get there. I'm gonna take a day off though. I'm gonna take it off on my terms when I want to take the day off.
Big facts, yeah.
I'm gonna work for the right time. I'm gonna take a day or two off because of shit. Or maybe when I take a little vacation because a vacation is definitely happening.
Yeah. Hey man, they be treating Melo like a freaking god in Charlotte, like a king, bro.
Tell us how it was because you was first hand.
They be treating them like, so say we go out to eat, and you know what I'm saying.
Wait. Hold on. Before you conclude, hold on. I have to stop him because he's getting good. Before you conclude, y'all hit that. Listen, he finna give us some goodies. Y'all hit that like button, man. Don't disrespect the channel, man. Don't play Flight like that. Don't play yourself like that. We got the legendary Ball Facts here right now, giving us the inside scoop on what is going on in the ball verse. Okay, Ball Facts gonna be on the hot seat, but before we continue, we're gonna give you a time to hit that like button.
This is Holly Heat of the Hot Seat with Holly Heat, and this is Flight Sports TV.
Yes, sir, Ball Facts.
I'm gonna just see when y'all put me on the spot. I'll be thinking like, okay, don't say too much, just say whatever. But I'm gonna just say this part about the way they treat LaMelo in Charlotte because it's like he a king there. So if he pull up to any place, it's not even a parking spot. He can pull up on the curb. They let this man park. We go to a restaurant and they don't have no seats. Now they got seats. He like, oh, my phone dead. They like, okay, I'll get you a charger. We in the restaurant, they catering to him like it's nothing. You know what I'm saying? Anywhere you go. Basically, I don't want to get into too many details, but the red carpet is laid out for him in Charlotte. So it's not only the Hornets that want to keep him there. The community wants to keep LaMelo there. They treat this brother like gold.
Okay. Yeah. With all that said, Ball Facts, why are we having an issue with Melo's playing time prior to him being an all-star replacement?
I don't know, man. I was hoping to see Michael Jordan embrace LaMelo like he did everybody else. You know what I'm saying? He on Mary J, he on Dennis Rodman, he on Luka, he on.
I wanted to get to that.
I was hoping to see that, and I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe they did afterwards or whatever. But the same questions in my mind is like, what is Charlotte really doing? So some of it has to do with JB and just the direction and what he's doing, because in his mind, he's thinking he's bringing LaMelo along accordingly. He's like, under my tutelage, you got Rookie of the Year. Under my rotation and the way that I'm doing things, you got an all-star. See what I'm saying? So in their, like, the fan standpoint, we're like, why is he in the fourth quarter in the all-star game and you can't even put him in the fourth quarter on a regular game? That's how we see it. But the way that they looking at it is, and JB and the coaching staff, is they're doing the perfect job. So, you know, they don't feel like they're dissing him. They feel like he's really good, but then he can be a little too good to get out of his bridges, so they rein him back in. And that's just like a conflict. Because, you know, Melo want to play in the fourth and the third, all that.
Facts.
And of course, Melo's professional. He's not going to say too much about it, but he's a competitor. His dad raised him playing the whole game. So if thinking to yourself, does he want to be in at any point? Yeah, he want to be in.
I even seen some of his teammates, to compliment what you're saying, when they take him out the game, his teammates looking like, damn, what's up? And he's just looking like, man, I don't know.
Well, you got to understand, these teammates see what he does in practice. They know that this is the type of dude that's like a talent you don't see that come around, generational talent. You know, just the way that he plays and the spark that he provides. So they know his value, his teammates. You know, and people want to play with LaMelo, and this kid is going to be big. Well, I shouldn't say kid. He's a young man. Free agency, everybody's going to want him because he's not only an asset on the court, he's an asset in the locker room. You know, he keep his head down. He not too, basic answers on the interviews and all that stuff. Like, he's about the game, and they're going to want this dude.
Now, with all that said, do he re-sign with Charlotte?
We got to see. In my mind, I kind of feel a certain way based on conversations that I've had, but that's just how I feel. But all I'm gonna say is, like, I'm not really saying nothing, Dex.
Okay.
Sometimes it's like,
do you think? Okay, let me reframe that question. Do you think he deserved to be in a bigger market than Charlotte, or he's satisfied just being right there and, you know, under the radar?
First question, yes, I believe he deserves whatever market he wants because he's that good. But as far as Melo goes, Melo wants to play somewhere, kind of like his dad said, where he can win and be himself. Does Charlotte turn into that next year? I don't know. You know, everything changes if you start making the right personnel switches and you start winning. When you're not winning and stuff is out of flux, it's easy for everybody to say he's probably going to leave. But the question is, what are the Hornets going to do, you know, by the time his contract is up? You know, they got a little bit of time. And to me, I feel like they're acting like they got a little time because they not catering to him. You see Jello stuck in the G League, you know, coming off the bench now again, stuff like that. And Melo not getting all of his minutes. So, you know, they got some cushion. But I feel like the closer we get to that trade time, we going to see Melo get treated like, you know, like LeBron. Like, don't leave us.
Right. Now, when you sat down with Melo, y'all had a nice dinner and everything amongst the family. Did you guys discuss anything basketball, or was it just small talk?
Most of the time, like with LaMelo, we was at a couple different places. Most of the time it's small talk. Now I'll ask a question here and there about a little bit of basketball, but nothing too deep because, you know, when I went to Charlotte for a few days, I was mostly kicking it with Lavar. And you got to understand, like, Melo and them, they like younger than me. So I'm cool with them and all that. But really, I'm friends with Lavar. See what I'm saying? So, but when I talked to him, I talked more basketball with LiAngelo than anybody because, you know, LaMelo doing his thing, Lonzo doing his thing. I wanted to pick LiAngelo's brain. So I really talked basketball with him. But LaMelo, I just talk little stuff here and there. You know what I mean? Just not in depth, especially like, I met with Jello a couple occasions. It was my first time when I went to Charlotte kicking it with Melo. So I ain't trying to come across like no weirdo because I'm not a weirdo. Just like, what up? You know, my in-depth conversations be with Lavar. But, you know, if I see Melo more in the future, who knows? You know what I mean?
Now, was Jello present with you guys?
No, Jello couldn't make it. He wanted to make it, but he had some stuff to do. And, of course, you know, he had a game the same day as Melo, so they got practice and all that.
And leading up to the All-Star, did you believe that LaMelo would be the first person chosen as a replacement for Kevin Durant?
Yeah, I did. I did because I'm like, he should have been in. I mean, and no disrespect to these other guys that made it, but I felt like LaMelo should have made it over. What's the dude in Cleveland already? I forget his name.
Garland?
Yeah, I believe he should have made it over him. I wanted to see him in there over Van Fleet. I just think he was very impressive on his team as a second year and leading everybody, and he's only freaking 20 years old. So I was like, okay, the same way it happened, LaMelo on the bench, and then people get hurt in the Hornets, so he gets to start. Boom. Same thing with here. I heard KD's out. I'm like, yeah, they probably going to bring in Melo, do the right thing, what they know they should have did in the first place.
Right. And LaMelo had a very impressive all-star showing. He had 18 points. He was very visible throughout the game. Now, I want to ask you this, Ball Facts. Do it really matter that LaMelo was in the all-star game and he was on the floor in the last seconds of that all-star game?
Yeah. It means that Eric Spoelstra, even though it is a kind of a play game, but at the end is when you really do want to win, that they trusted him. They trust him to make the right pass or take a good shot. You know, it just shows that his peers, they didn't think nothing of it. And Eric Spoelstra didn't think none of it. It meant something to me. I was actually, because the way the Hornets do him, it caught me a little off guard, but I was happy with it because 18 points, 22 minutes, first all-star game. That's the exact same thing Kobe did. He played 22 minutes, got 18 points.
Exactly. I'm glad you tied it in.
Boom, there you go. Nobody, and I just clarify that. I'm not saying LaMelo is as good as Kobe Bryant. We talking about at 20 years old, LaMelo and Kobe put up the same numbers. LaMelo ain't even crossed that bridge to get to where Kobe is, so don't mistake what I'm comparing them like, LaMelo could be what Kobe is right now. We got to wait for all that. We don't know none of that. But I'm saying at 20 years old in the All-Star game, they did the same thing. If you don't like that, you don't like facts.
Right. He had an impressive dunk. He hit some crucial threes down the stretch. And only thing I can think of when I was watching the young brother display his brilliant talent is that why James Borrego don't see it like other people see it.
You have to ask that brother. Wow. I don't know. I do not know. You'd have to ask him. That's a good question. That's a good question, Dex. Why don't he see it like everybody else? That's a great question. What you think, Flight? Why Borrego see it that way?
What about LaMelo Ball?
Yeah.
Repeat that last statement one last time for me. My fault.
Dex asked the question. Go ahead, Dex.
Dex.
Yeah, I was saying that when we watched the All-Star game, we got an opportunity to basically glaze at LaMelo Ball playing with the elites of the elites, right? And he was, very impressive with 18 points, and he was in the game during the last seconds of the game when LeBron hit that shot. So that says a lot. Why doesn't Borrego see it like we all see it?
I don't know, man. That's a crazy question, man. I ain't gonna lie, Ball Facts. You were sitting right next to Borrego, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was sitting there. I was like, damn, if I was there, I would have been like, yo, Borrego, yo, let me holler at you.
This is what I've seen. Like, Borrego, decent coach. I'm not gonna lie, decent coach. But I don't think that he is really got the team like that. Like, I'm watching him coach from the sideline. I'm standing right behind him, and I'm hearing what he's saying, and they are like listening, but yet like he don't command the floor. You know what I'm saying? Like he don't have that command the floor. Like he trying to, and he's doing his best, folding his arm, making a stern face, but I don't feel that he really has captivated that group like they believe what he's saying for real. Yeah, you know what I mean? They doing what he say, but I don't know if they believe what he's saying is going to lead to a winning record. Yeah, if that makes sense.
I don't want to cast no aspersions, but it could be like a power struggle. I don't know. I'm not saying that that's necessarily happening. I'm just a wild guess. Maybe just trying to, let him know that he is the head coach of this basketball team, just to remind him. I don't know. I'm not saying that's the case because I think they got a good relationship. I don't think it's bad.
Oh, I want to say this too. It's a little off subject, but we on subject. It's about Melo. Man, so much stuff people talk about, like LaMelo not cool with his dad. When I tell you that's super cap, I'm talking about
Exactly.
Melo is so family orientated. Like he remind me of his dad, and he funny. He had me cracking up. I have him cracking up on some different things as well. And but what you can see is the genuine love for his mom, his grandparents, his dad. Like he same old Melo that you would see in the show, but even like a deeper, like you could just tell it's family. And so like the whole narrative, when I'm sitting back and I'm watching them interact and talk, we do different things, and I'm like, man, that's a blessing. That's good to see, because you know what I'm saying, I'm checking out all his cars, you know what I mean, he got everything he want, and it like don't mean nothing to him. Like LaVar did it right. He gave him a Lambo at 16, and people thought that would corrupt him. But what he did was made sure that when you're 20 years old and you not by family, it's not impressing you. You already seen this. You already had this. It's still family first. Yes, he a wild child. He like to have fun, blah, blah, blah. But he ain't crazy out there. And I'm like, dang, you can see what LaVar instilled in him is there, point blank, period. So if anybody thinks just because he signed with Puma or this or that they not cool, like it ain't what it is. And it's like, you can't fake. I mean, you could if you were an actor or something like that, but like body language and auras and energy around people, like the family is still so tight. I was happy to see that, because, and when you don't see that, sometimes you have questions. You like, and then after that, you like, dang, they still rolling so tight. So he's super respectful to his parents, and it just like, you know, they got to love and they got to bond. Period.
Yes, sir. Shout out to AB the Hero on the body language videos. I really enjoy those videos, man. Keep them coming. Yeah, well, Ballfax, you in the loop. They outside the loop. They watching on the outskirts of the bubble. You follow what I'm saying? And you in that ring of fire. You know what goes on. So a lot of times people just create sensational stories so they can get their likes, their views, or whatever their agenda is. But you in the loop. That's why you here. That's why we're all affiliated. Shout out to Flight Sports TV. Shout out to Ball Facts. Shout out to the Ballverse, the Planetverse, whatever they call it out there. I'm not sure how that works, but hey, shout out to that. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Yeah. Somebody asked me, Rap Guy said, you think Zoe gonna make an all-star season next year? I honestly don't think that Lonzo will be an all-star until he plays with his brothers. I think he'll make an all defensive team, but I don't feel that the players that play with him, because Lonzo will fill in any gap that you need. It's like if somebody, where you give them an inch, they take a mile. If he don't show any disdain towards you, you don't think nothing about it. You think he cool with everything, and you don't know that Lonzo's that type of guy. I don't think they lean on him offensively the way that they could and should over there in the Bulls, as far as the tempo, as far as leaking out and seeing what he really can do when he gets running up the court. So I don't see him getting an all-star next year or anywhere until he plays with his brothers or some players that really understand him. So I see an all defensive team, and me saying he ain't gonna be an all-star next year is not based on his skill. It's just based on the personnel around him.
Exactly. Facts. But Lonzo was on a trajectory of being considered, but what happened was the Bulls sabotaged that, because the Bulls didn't market him. They didn't market him. They marketed Vooch and what was the other one? And then of course his play started to slack, and I don't know if that was due to injury that he didn't. I don't know, was it due to injury because he didn't report it? You follow what I'm saying? He just played without reporting it, and so some of his play seemed to slack off. Because at one time, he kind of was peaking to be in the fringe all-star, or at least have higher votes than he did.
Yeah, I didn't like the way that they didn't promote him. They got a rule, maybe 3 or whatever it is, but guys like Draymond, guys like Dennis Rodman, we know Zoe is more than that because he's offensive as well. But to me, I see like they could have easily went in on showing all his defensive deflections, all his steals, all his locking people up, all his threes. They could have made some cold videos and showed how Lonzo really is the glue that is helping them, the Chicago pull things together. It ain't just, all the other guys. And I think he could have got some votes, and definitely it just would have been, you got to promote it right. And I don't think the Bulls promoted it right.
No, they sure did. They dropped the ball on that one because one of the things they did was some trickery. Is that well? I don't know if it's the Bulls or the NBA. I'd say the NBA. They put DeMar DeRozan as a guard while the Bulls had him on their roster as a forward. So
Yeah,
that was in itself was strange.
yeah, that should have been a fine. To me, that was
Right.
horrible. Like, you can't do that. No, put him out there with the forwards, and if he get in, he get in. If he don't, then he don't. That's it.
Yeah, they're just taking up spots, man. You know, and then it's really screwing over real point guards. You know.
Yeah, and that mess up like this type of stuff where we get on here and talk about sports where it's like people play dictates how everything goes. That's how it's supposed to be. Not y'all pulling strings behind the puppeteer like, all right, let's turn this guy into this so he gets in and all that. You know, they messing it up.
Exactly. Now, I know you saw that video either. No, you saw that video on Big Baller Brand Instagram. Well, LeVar walking across the stage in Cleveland at the Mortgage Fieldhouse Arena with the All-Star emblems in the background, in the backdrop of that video.
Yeah.
So if LeVar is able to do that, how do we come up with the conspiracies they're holding the Big Baller Brand back?
I mean, if you look, you could see that they were allowing like people to walk the stage that wasn't like players, but they were still somebody.
Parents.
Like if you were a celebrity or something like that. I've seen a couple videos. But it's like this. Let's say they are holding a Big Baller Brand back, but yet they got your sons in the league and they want to make money off your sons and they think they're marketable. This is just to, for instance, did we see him walking across the stage on the All-Star game? No, they just end up taking their own video and putting it out on their own thing. If they had LeVar doing that slow motion walk with "I told you so" shoes and hat on on national television, I would be more so saying they not trying to stop the Big Baller Brand. But it ain't like we seen that. It's just, you know what I'm saying? That could have been an iPhone just filming as he walked across, and now they got it.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. That's
You know what I'm saying, Dex?
Yeah.
Oh, Dex like, yeah, he got on mute. But that's
Yeah,
that's
yes,
how
sir.
I feel
Yes,
about
sir.
that. But did you see LiAngelo rocking them G3s today during the game?
No, I
No,
don't see
I didn't see no game. What
Hello,
game?
play?
All right, I'm just tune in to Ball Facts tomorrow. I'm gonna give y'all the video. Yeah, he played.
Jello
I
played
thought
today?
the G League was over.
Nah.
We gotta
Jello
check the
played
schedule.
tonight. Yeah, he sure did.
I wish I would have known that because I would have liked to watch some basketball.
He
I
said
thought
them G3s is just like so more comfortable. And yeah, he shot 50% from the three. So we do good. But
Yeah,
you
what's
know,
the statistics?
they took him out the starting line. I don't want to give away too much because I need to say that for my video.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Let's get some, you know, small stuff.
Wow, I didn't even know he was playing, man.
Yeah, a lot of
I
people
would've
don't know
watched the
that.
game.
And the media don't put it out there like that. You know what I mean? And that's why I always feel like I need to keep pumping Jello stuff because people will be sleep on him. And if they see that, oh, Jello had 1.5 points, 10 points, oh, he ain't doing nothing, but they don't understand the circumstances under. So I might go ahead and show you 5 times they supposed to pass it and they didn't. And I was like, okay.
Your videos be hilarious. I told AB the hero that. Your videos on the Greensboro Swarm is hilarious. Man, this is so funny because the way you narrate it and you have the video and then you have the announcers, all this is very busy, but it's so comical because you basically coming from the point to me is that you got these guys playing all these minutes and they out here jacking wreck, but yet you won't give Jello the time of day that he deserves. And man, it is so funny.
You know,
I
it's crazy
appreciate
because
that.
it didn't start out. It started out like this. Jello had so few minutes. I'm like, I'm trying to show anything that he was on the court. Then I kept noticing all the clips that I had with him in it. They wasn't passing it right, and I said, should I make the video and show only the 2 shots he took and he made one, or should I show all of this? And I sat on it and I contemplated it. About an hour went by. I came back to my computer. I'm like, what the hell? Let me just go ahead and put it up there. And I thought people was going to be like, bro, you ain't really show nothing. Jello running up and down the court, but people started saying they didn't pass it right there, right this, right that. That would have been 20 points. And I'm like, bet, we on. Let's go. I'm gonna just show it all so that they can get a full scope of what's going on down there in Greensboro.
Oh man, that would be hilarious, man.
Keep that Jello intel going.
Yeah, I gotta go check that one out. And what else I was gonna ask you? Yeah, so if Lonzo Ball has a strong second half finish, and let's say right now he's at what 13 points or something like that a game. If he bumps that up to like 17, 8, and 7, do you think he will be on the All-Star watch coming into next season?
Yeah, but it's hard for Lonzo to get those type of assists playing with Zach and DeMar. Assist you, I think you only can dribble 2 or 3 times before you shoot, right? So you pass to those guys and they're gonna dribble more. So Lonzo's not gonna get the assist that he could get.
But what about Ayo DeSumo? He's getting double-digit assists. Have multiple games. Even Kobe White got a couple of double-digit assists. So why is it more easier for them than Lonzo?
Now Lonzo had a few games too. You talking about averaging or a game? Because we could go through some Bulls games where Lonzo had some good assists. You know what I mean?
No, I'm talking about averaging. So right now, what Ayo DeSumo's averaging was about 7 assists a game.
Is that right, Clyde?
I'm not sure. I ain't gonna lie. I don't got his numbers in front of me. Is that his average? What is that? His average is right now? Let me check.
I think it's somewhere around that neck of the woods. But I mean, he only have a small sample size.
Well,
but it just seemed
really,
like,
to be honest with you, he only averaging 3 assists. But I mean, if you want to, he's had some high assist games over the.
He's only averaging 3.
He had 10 assists one game.
I know how they're doing it now.
It's really because he had 14 assists versus Indiana, and people just went crazy.
See what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he averaging 3. It ain't like that. When you playing with those two guys, they not ready to just get in position and shoot when you pass it.
I guess he became a better passer than Lonzo.
Well, maybe he's averaging 7 assists since Lonzo been out. Maybe that's what it is, because he's been playing all season, so that counts as games played. You follow what I'm saying? And that's what brings his average down. But probably since Lonzo been out, I think that's what I calculated around 7 assists since Zoe been out since January 14th or something to that nature. And it seemed like they're all whipping the ball around more in the absence of Lonzo. And my thing is this: agree or disagree that the reason why they're whipping the ball around, giving it that energy, like Coffee said, is because they have to. It's not like they want to, because Zach is out of the lineup. Lonzo Caruso's out of the lineup. So the defensive presence is not as prominent as it was when those guys were in the lineup. So they have to, let everybody touch the ball so they can feel involved in the game.
That's a fact. Shout out Rap Guy Reloading.
So that's why I think, ball facts. That's why I think the ball is being distributed the way it is. So they had to change up their playing style, because when Lonzo and Caruso there, Zach and DeMar can basically beat the ball to the air, go out, and Lonzo and Caruso still going to play defense regardless of what the situation is. And I don't think them other cats got that type of mentality, so they have to touch the ball to feel involved.
Yeah. I see that, yeah.
I see that.
That's what I basically surmise. Yeah, I just surmise that. Because like I said, it can't be because he's not out there, they doing it. You follow what I'm saying? When we know they have done it, why he was out there during the early parts of the season, especially coming into the preseason and the first 5 games of the regular season, until they bumped head with the New York Knicks, and it kind of derailed that. And next thing you know, they play ISO ball.
Yeah, I agree with that. What about Melo right quick? Let's get to Melo before we wind things down. How do you expect LaMelo Ball's season to end? Coming off the All-Star break.
It was interesting because in the All-Star game, I didn't see him fidget with his arm and wrist and shoulder like he's been
I've
doing
seen
in the
a whole
game.
lot of that. So a lot of wrists and shit.
Yeah, so he gonna say he's cool. I hope he's cool. I don't know if that's just keeping it warm or it's really causing discomfort. The Hornets, I'm not gonna lie, they're a little bit hard to peg right now. Like they don't their identity is like either or. So, but I think Melo is going to end up having a good season. I feel like he's going to finish out the season fire. As far as the Hornets, I don't know, but I think Melo is going to maintain those numbers. I think his average will go up a little bit more on points. I just feel like that.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah, Melo. I think they need like the most help. You know, out of not even help, just they need a lot of attention. I think the Bulls are kind of all right. You know, Lonzo, even though he's gonna come back to a well-oiled machine, you know, Melo, there seems to be more of a fight going on up there because they were struggling, even though they was fighting like hell, you know, to end that season. But I mean, to end that before that break, but shit is crazy.
And the Hornets going to have to get better on defense. They have to get better on defense.
Right. What's your thoughts on a potential trade for the Hornets? Do you think that they need to make a big time trade or anything like that? How can they improve the roster?
I do think they can make a trade. But it just, I mean, I could talk about players, but it may not match up with the money. So it may not be realistic, but I'm not going to go with the money right now. I'm just going to go with, as far as the team aesthetics, that I believe that you got to choose like who's going to be the at least like two. You can't have so many options because the ball don't move around like that. Terry is not as consistent as he used to be. I don't know if you remember last year, Terry was, to me, more of a threat offensively, and he just kept coming and kept coming. Now it seems like Terry needs a couple quarters to get going, and by then it's too late. So I want to see Terry come a little more consistent. Gordon Hayward, I think he could be a tradable piece as far as just a fit with the team. He's a good player, but I think we can get somebody a little younger and ready to run. Like if you got LaMelo Ball and you say, okay, he's the new young hot point guard that likes to run, surround him with pieces that are athletic and like to run. Pick a side, go all the way there, and just pound it into the ground. I don't think they get up and down enough. Even though like, oh, they're the fastest team in the top 3 fastest teams. I think that they could be faster. That might sound crazy, but I feel like LaMelo is still slowing down. And if you speed him up to where he's comfortable, I don't think nobody's going to be able to touch him.
Yeah, I agree with you. What about LaMelo? I mean, Jello, in terms of possibly getting called up, you know, how likely can we see something like that happening? Or is next year really looking?
I'm just waiting for this year to be over with, honestly.
For
this
Jello?
year, yeah, he ain't really getting no opportunity like that. So they put him in the starting lineup and then give him bench minutes. You know what I mean? Like, and they waited till he got hurt. He twisted his ankle. Next thing you know, Jello's in the starting lineup. Like, what are y'all doing? And he wasn't. And now he's limping. He's trying to recover, and he's not. It's not broken or how it really used to be. But while he's recovering, now they want to put him in the starting lineup. It's a lot of weird stuff there. So I'm just waiting for this season to be over. Honestly, I'm still covering it and hoping he does well. But like, I've seen, I tune into the games and I don't even want to, you know what I mean? Like, I want to see what he's going to do, but at the same time, I don't want to see him play 15 minutes and you got guys that's playing 30 minutes and got the same amount of points as him.
And throwing the ball all over the court.
And they're like, well, Jello guy is not playing well because he made 3 mistakes during the game. Every person on the team making 8 mistakes.
They out there jacking Rick. 20
turnovers. Jello got one of them, and they like, well, he's not a good he's not a good ball handler. Well, what do you mean when your great ball handlers are turning the ball over? Shout out to Joseph Abrams.
Yeah, shout out Joseph.
You know what? Another thing is, when you look at the Charlotte Hornets, I don't believe they, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe they promoted LaMelo Ball as an all-star. I thought they promoted Gordon Hayward and Terry Rozier.
They did. They did a week Good Burger commercial.
Right. Yeah. Break that down to us.
I thought that was weird. But you see, this is the same thing like Puma. Puma didn't have to do too much early on because LaMelo has fans globally that's going to pick up whatever he putting down. So even that little bitty weak all-star thing that they did with Good Burger, I thought they could have had LaMelo at least in the front playing Kale. You know what I mean? Let them play the main character in the front. They got Terry on the cash register and him in the back flipping burgers. You know what I mean? So I just felt like they could have done way more. If you on Instagram and you scrolling and you see LaMelo, you're going to stop before you see a Terry Rozier or you see Gordon Hayward. So it's like, quit playing. Y'all know them other guys ain't getting voted in, honestly. Just promote the one and keep it rolling. I'm serious.
Exactly. And he didn't even have a speaking line, right?
He said a little something, but it wasn't nothing. Terry had it. And I'm like, well, yeah, why are y'all playing around? But they take it for granted, and he's still, you know, and I'm quite frankly suspicious of them all-star votes, but I'm not gonna make a video on it. But
I'm suspicious too. I think I called that when it was coming out because, like I said, there's been news before, like where the fans them tried to push in their favorite players, like they got Zaza Pachulia in. So you ain't gonna tell me that even if Melo or Lonzo has some astronomical numbers, they would just hide it. You know, they just want to reveal it. It's crazy. It would have to be like a public thing, like with the Zaza thing in Golden State. Like they made it real public, like they was banding together, and he had more votes than I think the top guys at the time. You know, and they said, "Oh no, we're not letting him in. There's no way in hell." It was like you would have to make it public, like yo, we banding together, and we're gonna get this dude in.
They had a whole nother country, Australia. They was voting for him, so they could say the guy that came through the NBL. He made the all-star team, all that. It wasn't even just us. We talking about tons of people. And they saying only that many votes. I'm like, that I call cap on that, but whatever.
They gave Andrew Wiggins LaMelo Ball votes.
Yeah, Wiggins started.
No offense to Wiggins, but I'm like, he's starting in an all-star game?
You're right, allegedly.
I could wrap my mind around that. Like, really?
Yeah,
but I like the all-star game, though. I ain't gonna lie. It was a good game.
What about all them changes? What about the dunk contest? You saw that?
I stopped watching.
Oh,
like I stopped. Like after the first round, I was like, nah. I don't want to deal with the disappointment. Then I started seeing all the memes. And like, I just knew because at first I thought Cole Anthony might come in and do something because, you know, he's like a high flyer, but I could just tell it wasn't going to be all that. So I ain't even see all the dunks. I ain't see Obi win. I just seen him holding the trophy up on Instagram, but I'm glad I didn't watch it.
Yeah, he just won just out of like default. You know, he wasn't too good himself.
We trying to see Zion and Ja.
Yeah, Zion got to get in the dunk contest. That's foul. They would shut it down.
I wanted to see Zion and Ja. That's the kind of thing and it's like the stars don't even get in no more. We had Kobe, we had Jordan. Now, you know, you got LeBron like, nah,
I can make a video on that too, but I mean, LeBron James, I think he started that shit. You know, he started the devaluement of the dunk contest. I think that was a video I was thinking about. I never did it yet, but I got to go back into the files. And when he was playing with the dunk contest, like he was flirting around like he was going to do it, and he didn't do it. He started it. Like that was a pivotal moment, you know, in history. Because if he would have got in it, people have done it. He made it to the point where, oh no, I ain't going there. That's for the B level players. It's not even the B level, the C level. It's the C level.
They had Juan Toscano Anderson in the finals.
They get a G League player. And now you got Stephen A talking about something. You heard what Stephen A said? Stephen A like, let's go get random people from the park to do the dunk contest. And
Payroll. It'll be better. Those people show out.
Yeah, but I mean, you talking about the top of the top, the best league in the world. And you got dunkers, and you know they in the NBA, they right there.
Yeah,
it's just like
you bailing them out with that.
Yeah,
because they know damn well they're supposed to play get in this damn dunk contest. So if you do that, you're gonna mess everything up forever. No NBA player is gonna go.
And Cole Anthony brought some Timbs out there and just wasted them. The price of Timbs are Walmart prices now.
He said he wasted it. Oh man, but it's like it's only so many dunks you could do, I guess.
Yeah, it is, man. There's how many dunks before you recycling for somebody else's?
That's why I felt dude should have beat Zach LaVine. Gordon. What's his name?
Gordon.
Aaron Gordon.
Yeah,
Aaron Gordon. To me, he came out and did stuff we hadn't seen in a while, and I was like, you just give it to the man because everybody else. Zach LaVine, you dunking from the free throw line. Yes, that's fire. But we seen that. We ain't seen this man jumping off somebody, rotating the mascots, doing all this. You know, I feel like he got cheated.
Zach won twice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Zach was a problem in the dunk contest.
Joseph said, "Chill." He liked Tim's.
That was a good
Joseph,
prop,
where you from? Where you from, Joseph?
That was a good prop.
They said they liked that Tina video. I don't know which one, but I did a couple Tina videos. Yeah,
I think the one you interviewed her.
One thing I'm gonna tell you this, like the thing that people don't know about Tina Ball is like when you see her, this is what she don't want. Oh, are you okay? Are you so fragile? And da-da-da. Like she want to be treated normal because she is normal. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, and people might look at Lavar and be like, man, he'd be like, come on, Tina, hurry up. And so people be like, what? But she actually likes that because she's like, this is Lavar's treating me the way I want to be treated. Like, I'm not this pity pat handicap person. Like, I'm still right in my mind. Just imagine if you are capable, you can think right. It's just your words don't come out all right, and everybody treating you like a little bitty baby and stuff. You know what I'm saying? She a grown woman, got kids, all that, and it's like she's strong and she don't want your sympathy and pity. You know what I'm saying? That was impressive to me. Like she don't want none of that. She just want to be normal and regular.
Right. Yeah. Shout out to Queens. The bridge. The bridge. Queens Bridge. The bridge.
So if you from Queens, you definitely know where I'm from now. I wonder where you from in Queens. Shout out Joseph.
Yeah, he said he's a ball and Tim's. You was crossing them over? What you was doing? Shooting jump shots? What's up? You was stuffing your Tim's like that? You crazy, son?
Yeah, that shit is wild. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. We're gonna have to shut it down because I gotta do these fights unless y'all gonna sit here and talk.
No, man.
Let me shut it down. Yeah, I gotta take care of this before we shut it down, man.
Thanks for letting me on, bro.
No problem,
yes,
bro.
We're
gonna get back there. You already know. All y'all holla at me, man. It's Flight Sports TV. Hit that like button. Most definitely hit that subscribe button. And go subscribe to my man Ball Facts. Salute all access. Salute to everybody in the chat. It's Flight Sports TV. Pay homage.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.